Chapter 270. Forbidden Weapon. This is a forbidden weapon. The moment Li Hao took out the forbidden weapon, even Yu Kong, who was on the high platform, could no longer remain calm. You guys actually took out a forbidden weapon. Is this still a battle between monsters? The expert from the Liu family was furious as he questioned the expert from the Li family. Zichen's victory was imminent, and he was about to kill the three monsters. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? Once the forbidden weapon was taken out, who could compete with him? Why not? The forbidden weapon is also a type of resource. We have the ability to provide such resources. Of course, Zichen can use it too. The expert from the Li family sneered. You guys are really shameless. You guys are the representatives of the southern region. The expert from the Liu family was furious. That's not right. As long as we can kill the enemy, it's fine. In a battle of life and death, we can't be careless. Killing the enemy to save our lives is the right thing to do. The expert from the Kang family said. In the past, I thought that the outside world was just a rumor. But looking at your actions today, I can understand a thing or two. The way you guys do things is really bad. It's a disgrace to the word great. Wang Zhenwei could no longer remain calm. It's really despicable. The woman from the Moonlight Pavilion also said coldly. In a battle of life and death, there's only life and death. There's no such thing as despicable. The expert from the martial ancestor said coldly. Indeed. Since it's a battle of life and death, why leave the opponent a way out? The expert from the Chu family also said. Forbidden weapon. Li Hao actually took out a forbidden weapon. How despicable. He can't even defeat the heavily injured Zichen, and now he actually took out a forbidden weapon. How shameless. How can such a person be called a monster? Dissatisfied voices rang out from the crowd below. What do you mean by protecting Zichen? This is just a scam. They don't intend to let Zichen live. They have a spiritual weapon, a forbidden weapon, and 3 consecutive battles. They don't intend to let Zichen live. Many people were emotional. Zichen had created one miracle after another, and his future was limitless. But now, a forbidden weapon appeared. Zichen's battle prowess was unparalleled, and he also had an ancient weapon. He could kill monsters and even suppress spirit weapons, but he couldn't fight against forbidden weapons. This was something that an ancestor-level expert had used a large amount of precious materials to refine. It was equivalent to an all-out attack from an ancestor-level expert. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the forbidden artifact was being controlled by a freak. How could Zichen possibly escape? Shameless. Wang Xian'er exclaimed. She was about to rush up the stage, but was stopped by Wang Qiong. Don't mess around, Wang Qiong said. But they want to kill Zichen. Wang Xian'er's eyes were already blurred by tears. Even if she was a miracle creator, it was impossible for her to create another miracle in the presence of a forbidden artifact. In the face of such a huge difference in strength, all struggles were futile. It's useless even if you go. This is Zichen's tribulation. Wang Qiong stopped her and didn't want her sister to take the risk. Buzz. At this moment, the forbidden artifact on the stage started to tremble. Li Hao's powerful spiritual sense gathered on the forbidden artifact. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized forbidden artifact grew to a meter long. Radiance flowed on the long sword. It was dazzling, and there was a terrifying aura that belonged to a forbidden artifact. Boundless killing intent filled the entire stage. Zichen, go to hell, Li Hao shouted. With a thought, the long sword turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen. In the hands of a true energy realm expert, a forbidden artifact was even more terrifying than a spirit weapon. This was because a spirit weapon needed time to activate, but a forbidden artifact only needed a thought to activate. Before the sword arrived, a crazy killing intent swept over. The yin-yang diagram around Zichen couldn't help but tremble. The balance between yin and yang was almost broken. Old Mo! Zichen shouted. Then, a ray of light flashed in front of him. This was a Tai Chi diagram. It was also palm-sized, and flowed with black and white light. It represented 2 extreme energies. As soon as it appeared, it flew towards Zichen's head. He's going to sleep again. This prodigal force is really shameless. The Tai Chi diagram shone brightly. The two extreme energies rotated, and Old Mo's voice sounded from it. Under Elder Hiroshi's urging, the Taiji diagram spun rapidly, blooming with a resplendent light. The palm-sized Taiji diagram also suddenly enlarged, spinning above Zichen's head like a millstone. The extreme yin and yang energies flowed like layers of light, falling down and protecting Zichen in the middle. Layers of light appeared, and the extreme yin and yang energies revolved around Zichen, forming a defensive light shield. Buzz! The long sword came with a terrifying killing intent and collided with the light shield. It was as if two extreme energies had collided. The entire fighting platform exploded like thunder. Zichen hid in the light shield formed by the Tai Chi diagram. He was protected by layers of light shields, and outside the light shield was the terrifying forbidden weapons attack. Bang! Under the impact of the energy, a layer of light shield dimmed and then exploded, dissipating into energy. At the same time, the forbidden weapon took another step forward. The terrifying aura hit the light shield again. The Tai Chi diagram rotated in the air like a millstone. Even the light shield was rotating, destroying the forbidden weapon's energy. Buzzing sounds were constantly heard. Bang! Another light shield exploded, turning into the energy of heaven and earth. Bang! Bang! Then, two loud sounds were heard. Two light shields shattered. The forbidden weapon's attack was terrifying. Even the Tai Chi diagram couldn't completely dissolve it. Buzz! The Tai Chi diagram rotated even more violently. The layers of light shields were consuming the attack's energy. Explosions sounded from the platform. The forbidden weapon's terrifying aura was also being consumed. What? Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Zichen to have such a method. He used a Tai Chi diagram to block the forbidden weapon's attack and didn't get killed immediately. Die! Li Hao's expression was even more ferocious. His mind was surging crazily. Unfortunately, after using the forbidden weapon, all the attacks were carried out by the forbidden weapon. He could only use it again when its energy was completely exhausted. However, he had poured a lot of his mind into it before. This complete forbidden weapon could only be used once more. Bang! 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 After a few loud sounds, the light shields emitted by the Tai Chi diagram all exploded. The bright Tai Chi diagram also dimmed. It became palm-sized again and fell into Zichen's hand. The 9 layers of light shields didn't completely block the forbidden weapon. However, it consumed more than 70% of the forbidden weapon's energy. Swoosh! The forbidden weapon rushed towards Zichen. A terrifying killing intent spread. Even if it didn't use 30% of its energy, it was still terrifying. Bang! Zichen was sent flying. The silver spear in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked. His entire chest was a bloody mess. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Although he blocked the forbidden weapon's fatal attack, Zichen was also seriously injured. The forbidden weapon's power was terrifying. Go to hell! Li Hao was very surprised that he didn't kill Zichen with one attack. He roared again with a ferocious expression. His mind surged crazily again. He controlled the forbidden weapon and prepared to attack again. At this moment, cracks appeared on the forbidden weapon that had been used once. It could only use one more attack. This was the forbidden weapon. Although it was terrifying, there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Buzz! Before Li Hao could control the forbidden weapon to attack, a golden light appeared. It flew towards the forbidden weapon like a bolt of golden lightning. It was the diamond. At this moment, it was flying rapidly under Zichen's control. It took less than 30% of the forbidden weapon's attack and almost killed Zichen. It also injured Elder Mo. If Zichen took another attack, he would definitely die. Clang! When the diamond hit the forbidden weapon, it made a soft sound. It was very pleasing to the ear. The forbidden weapon that had just exuded a destructive aura trembled in the air. Clang! Clang! At the same time, the diamond turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked again. It was very fast and loud. Extreme yin. Zichen controlled the diamond's attack with his mind. His hands were not idle. He quickly formed a seal and extreme yin appeared. A cold golden light, carrying the destructive aura of thunder and lightning, shot towards Li Hao at full speed. Li fire! Li Hao shouted. Flames surged around his body as he tried to block the attack. Peng! Extreme yin appeared and dispersed the Li fire. It hit Li Hao's body and sent him flying. At the same time, the diamond also sent the forbidden weapon flying. Zichen's chest was badly mutilated. Blood flowed out, dripping down his clothes and onto the ground. However, it was as if he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. His attacks were still as sharp as ever. However, he bit his lip, and one could see traces of blood flowing out. Puff! Golden light flashed. Zichen attacked again and again. Li Hao was suppressed again and again, coughing up blood. Without the forbidden weapon, he was naturally not Zichen's opponent. Wang! The forbidden weapon trembled. Li Hao was very unwilling. The diamond whistled again. This time, it didn't attack the forbidden weapon. Instead, it attacked Li Hao. Peng! A dull sound was heard. This was a solid attack. Even with the protective Zhen Yuan, Li Hao's body swayed a few times. Peng! The diamond fell again like lightning and hit Li Hao's head. The latter was dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Zichen was probably the only one in the true energy realm who could control the diamond with his mind. This was because his mind had been baptized by the heavenly thunder. It was very powerful. In addition to the diamond, the other two also attacked with their battle skills. Every move was a killing move. All the cultivators around were excited. Zichen blocked the forbidden weapon and created another miracle. Although he was badly mutilated and clenched his teeth, his attacks were still fierce. It was not impossible to kill Li Hao. Peng! Another loud sound was heard. Zichen completely suppressed Li Hao with his mind. The diamond whistled and fell like a meteorite, directly shattering Li Hao's protective Zhen Yuan. At the same time, a golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He was like a real golden lightning, rushing toward Li Hao. Lightning flashed and the world moved at extreme speed. Puff! The golden light flashed and disappeared. Zichen's figure appeared behind Li Hao. He was holding a long spear with his back facing Li Hao. The tip of the spear was slanted to the ground. Drops of blood dripped down. The two stood motionless. Zichen's chest was badly mutilated. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He almost bit his lips off. Li Hao was covered in blood and had many shallow wounds. However, there was a bloody hole in his chest. It was as big as a spear. It penetrated his heart from the front to the back. Blood was gushing out. Ooah! Before Li Hao could react, he felt the strength in his body dissipating in an instant. He looked down at the blood spurting out of his chest. His vitality was slowly dissipating. Finally, he fell down with a bang. P.S. Hehe, this is the last week of the month. It is also the most magical week. Many works have appeared on the list. This is the rhythm of strength. Hehe, I can only say hehe. Please subscribe here. If you have the ability, please come to the main website to subscribe. One chapter costs 3,000 words and 9 cents. He no longer dared to hope that Thunder martial art would reach a high ranking. Now, he only hoped that he could maintain his ranking during the next 6 days. It is only the last 6 days, but it is a magical 6 days. After working hard for a month, I don't want to be overtaken by others in just 6 days. Please subscribe. In the last few days, I will try my best to get 5 chapters a day. To be honest, I have been working hard this month. I have read every chapter at least 4 times and have been editing it carefully. I dare not say that there are no mistakes, but there are definitely very few, less than 1,000th. Chapter 271. The diamond turned into a ray of light and flew towards Zichen, who caught it in his hand. Previously, he had continuously attacked Li Hao's head with an unstoppable momentum, causing his mind to be in a daze. Then, he had launched another powerful attack, shattering his protective Zhen Yuan. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had yet to react, He had used the world's fastest speed to kill him. It was a premeditated attack, one that Zi Chen had accurately calculated. The attack was effective and killed Li Hao. The power of the world's fastest speed was displayed. At this moment, Li Hao's expression froze and his vitality dissipated. He fell to the ground with a loud bang, and his blood dyed the battle platform red. This was the decapitating Chen platform. However, they did not manage to kill Zi Chen, and instead, 3 monsters were killed by Zi Chen. Zi Chen was severely injured, but he did not fall. His back was as straight as a javelin, and his eyes were like 2 cold bolts of lightning. Dead, dead, Li Hao is actually dead. Oh my god, Li Hao was also killed. Zi Chen killed Li Hao. He killed 3 monstrous geniuses in a single day. The moment Li Hao fell, the cultivators in the crowd were completely stunned. They were dumbstruck and in disbelief. After a short moment of silence, they let out a wave of exclamations. It was like a monstrous wave that was stronger than the previous one. Everyone was shocked by Zi Chen's unparalleled combat strength. It was too terrifying. He killed 3 monsters in one day. Moreover, 2 of them had a spiritual weapon, while the other had a forbidden weapon. Oh my god, what am I seeing? I'm seeing the rise of the strongest monster. He killed 3 monsters alone. Zi Chen has unparalleled combat strength. Everyone was cheering. They were extremely excited, and some were even shouting to express the excitement in their hearts. This is the rise of a monster. When Zi Chen becomes famous in the southern continent in the future, today's battle will be recorded in the history books. There's no need for that. After today's battle, Zi Chen will become famous in the southern continent and become the strongest monster in the world. It's too terrifying and domineering. He killed 3 monsters to prove his potential. The excitement of the crowd was indescribable. In the spectator stands, many monstrous geniuses' faces turned extremely pale. Strong, too strong. The Danyang Qin clan's twin brother exclaimed. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to kill him, said the younger brother of the Qin clan. As for Geng Le, the monstrous genius of Letian City, his face was now completely pale. Previously, he had looked down on Zi Chen and did not understand how such a trash could be so famous. Now that he saw the bloody corpses of the 3 monstrous geniuses, he understood. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Is he still human? How can there be such a freak in this world? He's only at the 2nd celestial layer. Zhu Zizong muttered to himself. His expression was not much better. Previously, he had disdained to look at Zi Chen, but now, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Xian didn't care about her image. She jumped and screamed in joy as she pulled Wang Shan along. She didn't care about his grimacing expression as she pinched and scratched him to announce her excitement to the world. Is this still my sister? Brother-in-law beat me up, and even you won't let me off. Wang Shan endured the pain and felt wronged. He no longer looked arrogant. How arrogant was he? Even his own brother, Wang Shuo, changed his expression at this moment, let alone him. That's great. I'm going to bring him back to Yunxia City. Wang Xian shouted in joy and pinched Wang Shan's arm. Wang Shan's mouth twitched. Wang Qiong's eyes flickered continuously. No one knew what he was thinking. What powerful combat strength. I can't wait to spar with him. Beside Miao Kong, Wu Mo's eyes were gleaming. Senior brother, you must be joking, Miao Kong asked. Zi Chen had won. Now that there was a force protecting him, he was happy for Zi Chen. Of course. Even if it's a spar, we'll have to find another time. Master said that today is not a good day to fight. Wu Mo smiled. Zi Chen had killed 3 monstrous geniuses in a row, and Wu Mo dared to spar with Zi Chen. It could be seen that he was very confident in his own strength. I haven't seen him in such a short time and he has already broken through to the 2nd level. He could enter the 3rd level at any time. What a fast cultivation speed. He even killed 3 monstrous geniuses today. This won't do. I have to find a chance to fight as soon as possible. A bald man in the crowd muttered to himself. Obviously, he was another person who dared to fight after seeing Zi Chen fight the 3 monstrous geniuses. He was even more confident. How terrifying. I didn't expect his combat strength to be so strong. A young man who always had a smile on his face looked at Zi Chen in shock. Zi Chen had fought and killed 3 monstrous geniuses. This would definitely cause a commotion. In the following days, this news would spread throughout the entire southern region. And today, Zi Chen would be protected by the other forces. This was what they had agreed before. From now on, Zi Chen would no longer be hunted down. That's great. On the high platform, the expert from the Liu family suddenly stood up. His eyes flashed as he roared, causing the platform to tremble. Zi Chen's combat strength was unparalleled. He had killed 3 monstrous geniuses in a row. He had to win him over no matter what. Good job. He waved his fist at Zi Chen to express his goodwill. Zi Chen had shown great combat strength and unfathomable potential. They should also show some goodwill and start recruiting him. On the high platform, 5 out of the 10 experts in the air had a kind smile on their faces. Even the ladies from the Moonlight Pavilion were the same. Ha ha! Wang Zhenwei laughed. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the square. Everyone looked up and stopped exclaiming. They knew that the main event was coming. The major forces would join forces to protect Zi Chen. Zi Chen has killed 3 monstrous geniuses and created a magnificent feat now. It's time for you to declare your stance. Wang Zhenwei looked at the experts of the 3 forces. Declare our stance. What stance? The expert from the Li family asked with an ugly expression. What stance do we need to declare? The expert from the Kang family also asked. As for the expert from the martial ancestor, he didn't say anything. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Zi Chen. What stance are you talking about? In the future, you have no grudges with Zi Chen. Are you going to shamelessly go back on your word? Liu Mingyong stared at them with a pair of big eyes. Are you going to break your promise in front of everyone? Wang Zhenwei glanced at them. The experts in the air didn't deliberately suppress their conversation. Their voices spread throughout the square. Immediately, there was a commotion. What do you mean? Are the 3 forces going back on their word? How can they do such a shameless thing? Are they really shameless? Indignant voices rang out from the crowd. As for Zi Chen, his expression didn't change. His eyes were firm as he clenched the long spear in his hand. This time, it was a gamble with his life. The odds of winning were slightly higher, but it wasn't a sure win. He had already guessed this. And the attitude of the 3 forces was also within his expectations. Can you not be so shameless? How can you go back on your word? A dissatisfied voice rang out from the crowd. It was Wang Xian'er. She pouted and looked at the high platform angrily. That's right. What kind of forces are you? How can you go back on your word? If this matter spreads to the southern region in the future, you will become a laughingstock. Wang Shan also spoke, but his expression was unnatural. Beside him, a pair of slender hands were pinching his arm. Obviously, she was using this to threaten him. As for the other 2, Wang Xian'er did the same. However, the 2 of them were firm and knew the severity of this matter. Hence, they refused to speak. Wang Xian'er was so angry that she snorted. However, she couldn't do anything to the 2 of them. What kind of forces are you? You are all sanctimonious people who don't even keep your words. Do you still have any reputation? A familiar voice rang out from the crowd. It was Liu Bo, but he was hidden in the crowd. In the southern region, the major forces like you are the most powerful. Must you go back on your words and kill a genius? Aren't you afraid that you will become the laughingstock of the southern region in the future? Agitated voices rang out from the crowd. However, everyone was very restrained and didn't do anything extreme. On the high platform, the experts from the 3 major forces had ugly expressions. Obviously, this matter had aroused the anger of the people. However, the demon-like talent of their families had been killed, and many of their geniuses had died. How could they take this lying down? It seems that you are not going to compromise. Do you want to start a war? Wang Zhenwei said coldly. He represented the Wang family of Yunxia City, a terrifying major force. At this moment, he actually said that he wouldn't hesitate to start a war. This made everyone's expression change. That's right. Although our Yongqi Liu family isn't strong, your actions have angered us. If it doesn't work, we will start a war. The expert of Liu family also expressed his stance. Another major force was willing to start a war for Zichen. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, they would be fools if they still couldn't see Zichen's potential. The major forces were willing to start a war for him. Obviously, the reason why they didn't say anything was because Zichen's potential was too great. With such terrifying combat strength, once he grew to the overlord level, wouldn't he be able to casually slaughter people of the same level? Although our Guangyu Pavilion doesn't care about worldly affairs, we can't stand to see a genius being killed. If Zichen is willing to come to our Guangyu Pavilion, I can arrange an identity for him. Of course, if someone wants to kill a genius, we won't hesitate to come out. After all, many disciples want to come out. The third force was the Guangyu Pavilion. It was a very mysterious sect, one of the three major forces. Although it rarely came out, for it to be able to stand tall for 10,000 years, it was obviously extraordinary. Everyone was shocked. Another force was willing to start a war in order to protect Zichen. The experts of the three forces frowned. Obviously, they didn't expect this. I also think that killing a genius is a very immoral act. The expert of Dan Yongqin family said. Another force spoke. The three major forces hesitated. You guys haven't said anything for a long time. Are you afraid that Zichen's potential is too great? You guys are afraid that Zichen will become a threat to you when he grows up in the future. The current Zichen can slaughter all of you monsters. In the future, when he breaks through and becomes a Zephyr, his combat strength will naturally be unparalleled. If you guys don't resolve the conflict now, are you going to let Zichen wait at your door in the future and kill everyone who comes out? At this moment, a figure appeared in the crowd. The voice was very ethereal, sometimes left and sometimes right. It was impossible to understand. It's them again. A murderous look appeared on Zichen's expressionless face. It was these people again. They had appeared again. Chapter 272. The four forces spoke out to protect Zichen. The three forces were already hesitating, but the voices in the crowd made them firm up. Zichen's battle strength is unparalleled. If you don't resolve the conflict now, when will you? Do you want to wait until Zichen becomes a sect leader with unparalleled battle strength like drifting mist, waiting at your doorstep? His voice drifted from left to right, drifting erratically. On the surface, they were speaking for Zichen, but the real meaning was to kill Zichen. Damn it. Miao Kong cursed and looked around. There were more than 10,000 people here, and all of them were cultivators. It was easier said than done to find one person in the sea of people. Who the F***ck is it? Come out. Who's talking nonsense here? Come out if you have the ability. A small commotion broke out in the crowd. Liu Bo and the others were cursing. Obviously, the person who spoke wanted to harm Zichen. I'm telling the truth. What are the three forces? Now that Zichen can kill all the geniuses, Zichen can destroy your sects in the future. This is a slap in the face. Can you big forces bear it? Haha, what a big force. You've been slapped in the face, but you can still bear it. The voices in the crowd were no longer suppressed. They turned to ridicule the big forces. Today's Zichen is the future drifting mist. You'll be killed in the future. You'll be like rats, hiding in your holes. Extremely sarcastic voices rang out. On the high platform, Yu Kong's expression was extremely ugly. The hearts of the three forces became firm again. As for Wang Zhenwei and the others, their previous threats didn't have any effect. Die. The face of the Liu family expert was covered with frost. There was actually someone who didn't know life and death. He swept his cold eyes over the 10,000 people below. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the crowd. A beam of energy shot out. Pop with a light sound, a true element boundary cultivator in the crowd fell to the ground, dead. A streak of blood appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, a cold light flashed in Wang Zhenwei's eyes. He also pointed a finger, and a beam of red light rushed into the crowd. Pu. Another cultivator was pierced through between his eyebrows and died an unnatural death. What we're saying is the truth. If you let Zi Chen go now, you'll be raising a tiger and inviting calamity. When he comes knocking on your door in the future, just wait to be a grandson. Someone in the crowd spoke again, his voice drifting from place to place. Pop Wang Zhenwei continued to attack, pointing out with his finger. Red light shot out and another cultivator fell to the ground, dead. You actually killed me to silence me. But you couldn't find me, so why did you kill the innocent? The voice continued. Pu. The expert from the Liu clan struck out with a finger. As expected of a major power, to actually kill the innocent. What enmity do they have with you? If you have the ability, then come at me. What's the point of killing the innocent? The voice in the dark rang out 1,000 times. Pop pop. This time, Wang Zhenwei attacked twice. 2 red lights rushed towards the crowd and touched the forehead of 2 cultivators. Pop the expert from the Liu clan was not to be outdone. He also pointed his finger, and another cultivator fell to the ground. The 2 of them attacked and killed several people in the blink of an eye. Their expressions did not change at all. The voice in the dark finally disappeared. Zi Chen stood on the high platform. His extremely serious injuries were slowly recovering. These injuries were caused by a forbidden weapon and could not be healed in a short period of time. The 2 of them continued to attack. It was obvious that they were determined to protect Zi Chen. Zi Chen was extremely touched by their actions. Go and find out which force it is. I'm going to destroy them, Wang Zhenwei said coldly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Someone actually dared to cause trouble when the major powers were talking. They really didn't know what was good for them. Yes. A cold voice sounded from the crowd. What do you think? Wang Zhenwei's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the 3 forces. Zi Chen must die, the expert from the Li clan said coldly. That's right. He can't live today. The expert from the Kang clan was also very determined. We won't rest until we're dead. The expert from the martial ancestor was even more direct. Zi Chen had great potential. Although the voice in the dark was extremely sarcastic, what he said was reasonable. Today's Zi Chen, once he grew up, would be another drifting mist cultivator. They could not afford to lose so much face. And now that they had the ability, they naturally wanted to kill all factors that were not beneficial to the sect in the cradle. You're not hesitating to start a war. Wang Zhenwei was angry. The Yongqi Liu clan will protect Zi Chen. The expert from the Liu clan also shouted. The same goes for the Guangyue clan. I can represent the entire Guangyue clan. The woman from the Guangyue clan said. Zi Chen is a genius. In the future, he might be able to walk out of this place. The Danyang Qin clan will also protect him. The expert from the Qin clan was a middle-aged man. He rarely spoke, but once he spoke, his attitude was clear. It was now 4 against 3. Everyone's gazes shifted to the other forces. The Letian city doesn't care. We can kill him or not. The expert from the Letian city said indifferently. This was a man with foresight. He knew that even if he protected Zi Chen, the other party would not leave with him. The same goes for the Zhu clan. The expert from the Zhu clan who had a good impression of Zi Chen said at this moment. Obviously, he also knew that he could not bring Zi Chen away. Since he could not bring such a monster with him, he was not willing to let others take him away. Hence, he gave up. Next, only the Chu clan and the people from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion were left. Speaking of the Heavenly Kills Pavilion, the other forces naturally did not like them. If the assassins of the Heavenly Kills Pavilion wanted to grow, they had to assassinate the geniuses of the other forces as a form of training. Unless someone paid a high price for the life of a monster, they would not take action. We don't care. With one more monster, we can let our disciples train. The assassins were all hidden in the dark and would not reveal themselves. Hence, Zi Chen could not be bought. And this time around, the monster assassins of the Heavenly Kills Pavilion did not reveal themselves either. Zi Chen has killed so many people from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion in this period of time, and you're letting it go just like that. You really have a good temper. The expert from the martial ancestor said sarcastically. Didn't your forces kill quite a number of our geniuses as well? The expert from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion retorted. We are assassins. Firstly, we train. Secondly, we assassinate. There is no hatred. Of course, if you can afford the price, we can kill Zichen as well. The expert from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion said indifferently. The representatives of the other forces had different opinions. But obviously, Wang Zhenwei's side had the advantage in a 4-against-3 situation. Only the Chu clan of the floating snow city was left. What's with your attitude? Everyone looked at the other party, waiting for the expert from the Chu clan to reply. The dignity of the Chu clan is not to be violated. The expert from the Chu clan said coldly. Boom. As the expert from the Chu clan finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged from the spectator stand below. Then, a thunderous voice rang out, Zichen, do you dare to fight? The voice rumbled like thunder, like a wave, exploding loudly, deafening everyone's ears. Swoosh. A figure flew up into the air and landed on the Chen beheading platform. Zichen, do you dare to fight? The person who came was very strong. With a single step, the Chen beheading platform trembled. A cold aura filled the entire square. This was a young man who was as cold as ice. His body emitted an endless chill that could even freeze the air. The man from the Chu clan, Bing Chuchuan, was full of battle intent. He wanted to challenge Zichen. The crowd was in an uproar. The sudden scene was out of everyone's expectations. Zichen had fought 3 monstrous geniuses in a row, and his battle strength was unparalleled. But now, he was seriously injured. His chest was badly mutilated. No one expected that there would be a monstrous genius challenging him at this moment. How shameless. Zichen has already fought 3 monstrous geniuses in a row and is seriously injured. You only came to challenge him now. If you have the ability, wait until Zichen's injuries are healed before you challenge him. Is the Chu clan also so shameless? The people of this clan are as cold as ice, but they don't have cold hearts. How despicable. Challenging the seriously injured Zichen. Is this still someone from a major power? Is this still a famous monstrous genius? Dissatisfied voices rang out from below. Wang Xian was even more furious. She couldn't wait to drag Wang Shan up and fight with the man from the Chu clan. Sister, I will definitely be a monstrous genius with unparalleled battle strength in the future. But now is not the time. I haven't grown up yet. Wang Shan was about to cry. His sister seemed to have set her sights on him today. Wasn't it just secretly talking bad about Zichen? Was there a need to go to this extent? Don't mess around. Fortunately, Wang Qiong stepped in and held Wang Xiana back. What do you mean by this? On the high platform, Wang Zhenwei looked coldly at the experts from the Chu clan. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. We can't let this matter rest after killing our genius, the expert from the Chu clan said coldly. Zichen has already fought 3 monstrous geniuses. Don't you think it's despicable of you to make a move now? The woman from the Guanyue pavilion was also infuriated. In the past, they rarely appeared in public. It was only today that they discovered that there were actually such shameless existences among the major powers that were on par with the Guanyue pavilion. Dignity cannot be violated. Very well. Let Zichen recover from his injuries. He can fight and regain his dignity, the expert from the Liu clan said coldly. The expression of the expert from the Chu clan changed slightly. He naturally knew that Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. At his peak, Chu Chuan wouldn't be a match for him. If you want our Chu clan to protect him, we can do that. Kill Chu Chuan, and we will protect Zichen, the expert from the Chu clan said. You're twisting words and forcing logic. The other Zephyrs were furious. They couldn't wait to turn hostile. The other neutral powers were watching the show with gloating expressions. Since they couldn't recruit Zichen, they were happy to watch the show. That's right. Isn't he a monstrous genius with unparalleled battle strength? He can kill Chu Chuan and show his unparalleled battle strength, the expert from the Li clan said mockingly. Indeed. As long as he kills Chu Chuan, we will believe that he has unparalleled battle strength, the expert from the Kang clan said with a smile. Haha, my martial ancestor is the same. If he kills Chu Chuan, all the previous grudges will be written off. The expert from the martial ancestor laughed loudly. You. Wang Zhenwei was furious. He couldn't wait to slap these shameless guys to death. Seniors, are you serious? Suddenly, a voice came from the decapitation stage. It was Zi Chen. He was severely injured, but he didn't fall down. His eyes were still bright as he stared at the stage. Chapter 273. Wang Zhenwei and the others still wanted to fight for Zi Chen. If necessary, they were ready to turn hostile. Zi Chen's potential was boundless. Once he grew up, he would be able to suppress a great power. For Zi Chen, they didn't hesitate to offend a great power. But no one expected that Zi Chen would suddenly speak at this moment. His eyes were bright, and his tone was slow and firm. It didn't seem like he was acting on impulse. It seemed like he had thought it through carefully. That's right. As long as you kill Chu Chuan, our Chu family will protect you. The expert from the Chu family laughed. Zi Chen, you. Wang Zhenwei and the others looked at Zi Chen in confusion. Seniors, Zi Chen will remember today's kindness. If I live, I will definitely repay it tenfold or hundredfold. Today, they obviously don't want to let me go. Then, we can only fight. Zi Chen's tone was slow and firm, revealing a firm will. The man from the Chu family sneered. Zi Chen was seriously injured and half dead. Even if a genius came, he would be able to kill him. Seniors, you must keep your words. Zi Chen looked at the expert from the Li family again. That's right. As long as you kill Chu Chuan, our Li family will protect you. Zi Chen looked at the expert from the Kang family again. The same goes for the Kang family. You don't have to worry, just fight. Then, the expert from the martial ancestor spoke. As long as you have the ability, what harm is there in letting you live? After saying that, the expert from the martial ancestor laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Zi Chen, who was seriously injured, versus a monster in his prime, who would die and who would die? Even a fool could tell at a glance. They agreed at this moment because they thought Zi Chen would definitely die. I don't know how I can believe you. You said the same thing before. Zi Chen spoke again. He was very calm. You. The experts were furious. You've completely lost your credibility. I don't know how I can trust you this time. Zi Chen opened his mouth again. Just as he finished speaking, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Haha, he's already half dead. What can he do? I represent the entire Li clan and the face of everyone in the Li clan. The Li clan expert laughed loudly. I represent the Kang family and all the experts of the Kang family. I represent the face of an ancestral master-level expert. The Kang family expert also laughed. I represent the face of the martial ancestors' tens of thousands of disciples, as well as the face of the martial ancestors' thousands of years of history. The martial ancestor also spoke with a mocking expression. Okay. Zi Chen nodded and turned to look at the tens of thousands of onlookers. Everyone, you should have heard it. If Chu Chuan dies, the great clans will go back on their words again. I hope that you can spread the news of what happened today so that everyone in the world will know. Zi Chen spoke in a calm but firm tone. Many people in the crowd below had tears in their eyes. Zi Chen was a genius with boundless potential, but he was suppressed by the great clans. He was powerful and had unparalleled combat strength. His potential was amazing, but the great clans couldn't tolerate him. They were aggressive and wanted to kill him without caring about their reputation. Don't worry. If you kill Chu Chuan, I, Quan Hai, will spread the news even if I have to give up my life. A cultivator spoke in a hoarse voice. Many female cultivators in the crowd were already crying. Zi Chen's chest was badly mutilated and he kept coughing out blood, but he still had to fight against a monster in his prime. He also had to face the pressure of the great clans who had no credibility and could be shameless at any time. I, Gao Hu, will also spread the news of what happened today as long as you kill Chu Chuan. Another person spoke. Many people were moved. Then, a wave of voices rang out. Zi Chen, we believe in you. In the end, All the voices turned into one sentence. At this moment, countless itinerant cultivators believed in Zichen unconditionally. They believed that he could bring about miracles. Many of them had tears in their eyes and many of them were sobbing. They threatened that if the great clans went back on their word, they would spread the news. Wang Xian was already in tears. A sense of sadness spread in the square. It was as if a hero past his prime was donning his armor and going to battle again. Tens of thousands of itinerant cultivators sent Zichen to the battlefield. He's just an itinerant cultivator. What can he do? A few cultivators sneered. The outcome of today's battle was already decided. Even a genius would be able to kill Zichen, let alone a monster. Even a pig would be able to kill Zichen at this moment. Come on. Zichen turned around and looked at Chu Chuan, holding the long spear in his hand tightly. The dignity of the Chu clan is not to be violated. Today is the day you die. Chu Chuan said coldly. Cut the crap. Come on. Zichen was very calm, but then he coughed up blood again. Haha, you're already half dead. I'll kill you in one move. Chu Chuan laughed and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was like a 10,000-year-old ice crystal, emitting endless coldness. When it appeared, even the surrounding space was filled with white fog. Everyone looked at the high platform, waiting for the result of this battle. Swoosh. Chu Chuan moved. His body flashed and he became one with the sword. Like a ray of light, he emitted a dazzling light. The horrifying murderous intent merged with the cold, forming a bone-chilling murderous intent that filled the area. It was like a domain, causing the murderous intent to spread everywhere. This was a sure kill move, and it was also Chu Chuan's all-out attack. His whole body was like a ray of light, emitting a dazzling light as he rushed towards Zichen. There was only this ray of light left in the world. It was the light of man and sword becoming one. Zichen stared at the ray of light calmly. He didn't dodge and let the sword light fly towards him. What is Zichen doing? Why isn't he making a move? Is his injury too serious? Exclamations came from the crowd, and the sadness grew. That's right. He killed 3 geniuses in a row. His injury is very serious. It's not easy for him to stand. How can he still have the strength to fight back? Damn Chu clan. They used such despicable means to kill an unparalleled genius. The sadness in the square grew. Many cultivators shed tears, unable to bear to see this scene. On the high platform, several cultivators in the air were laughing. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Seeing that Zichen didn't make a move, they were finally relieved. The sword light pierced towards Zichen's chest. He could already feel the pain in his heart. It was the pain of the blade piercing through his skin and into his heart. Die! Chu Chuan laughed ferociously. The long sword had already pierced into his heart. If anything unexpected happened, it would pierce through his heart and kill him in one blow. Ding! But right after that, a soft sound came from Zichen's chest. It was like the ringing of a bell, very loud and clear. Right after that, Nanbing of the Chu family felt that the sword light that was rushing forward had slowed down in an instant, as if it had been greatly obstructed. It couldn't move forward. Chu Chuan's expression changed. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed. Zichen's golden left hand grabbed the long sword. It was like a steel pincer, holding the long sword tightly. Then, the silver spear in his right hand suddenly burst out with a golden light. The golden light was as dazzling as the golden sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes. At this moment, many weaker cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes. However, the stronger cultivators saw a dazzling golden light appear. They swore that they would remember this scene years or even decades later. A young man standing tall, with an ancient martial weapon, a dazzling golden light, and a fatal blow. The golden light shone as if it was the only thing in the world. It pierced towards Chu Chuan with unimaginable power. No! Chu Chuan exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to retreat, but his long sword was caught by Zichen. He couldn't pull it out. He let go of the long sword and was ready to retreat, but the golden light was already in front of him. Puff! With a soft sound, The golden light disappeared. A long spear pierced through Chu Chuan's heart, and the tip of the spear appeared from behind. This was a strange scene. Chu Chuan was holding a long sword and piercing Zichen's heart, while Zichen was holding a long spear and piercing his chest. The two seemed to have died together. They were both fixed on the spot, motionless. What's going on? What happened? Why did I see a dazzling golden light? Those who didn't see this scene were all shocked and turned to look at the cultivators beside them. It's Zichen. Zichen fought back. Zichen killed Chu Chuan, but he also killed him. This was a scene that was out of everyone's expectations. No one thought that Zichen could still kill Chu Chuan under such circumstances, even if both of them died together. It's a pity that a monster of a generation was killed by a villain. But fortunately, Chu Chuan is also dead. Everyone sighed, feeling sorry for Zichen. He's still dead. On the high platform, the Zycone cultivators curled their lips. Zichen's heart was pierced, and he was dead for sure. So what if Chu Chuan died? They could let Zichen go, but the latter had to ensure that he could survive. Several people laughed mockingly. Puff. But in the next instant, a shocking scene appeared. Zichen, who had been motionless for a moment, suddenly moved. He used his hand to pull out the sword that had pierced into his heart. Immediately after, he flicked the spear in his right hand and lifted Chu Chuan up. He coldly and resolutely said, "I won." What? Seeing this scene, the Zycone cultivators' eyes almost popped out, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. He was stabbed in the heart, and he didn't die from such a sure-kill attack. He's not dead, Zichen is not dead. Oh my god, what did I just see? Zichen is still alive, he's not dead. Everyone was stunned and looked at Zichen, who was on the beheading Chen stage, in disbelief. Fresh blood flowed out from his chest and his face was pale. However, his back was as straight as a javelin, holding the Chu family's Nan Bing at the tip of his spear. Fresh blood flowed down the long spear and dripped onto the beheading Chen stage. Another monstrous genius had died. On the beheading Chen stage, the blood of 4 monsters had already flowed out, and the lives of 4 monsters had been taken away. This is too scary. Is he still human? He's not dead, and he can even counterattack. Everyone was shocked, and then, cheers sounded. A miracle. Zichen created another miracle. He didn't die again. On the high platform, the faces of all the Uzis changed. Those who had a bitter look on their faces before were now filled with surprise and joy. Those who were happy and joking before were now staring with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. He's not human. Gang Le felt that his legs were spinning. This was too scary. Zichen's battle strength had completely frightened him. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, and he could even counterattack. Peng! At this moment, Chu Chuan, who was on the long spear, was sent flying. His corpse rolled far away, but Zichen couldn't stand straight and sat on the ground. His face was pale, but his eyes were bright. He sat cross-legged and looked at the Zycone on the stage. Can I go now? Chapter 274. The cheers from all around were very loud, each wave louder than the previous one, but they were unable to suppress Zichen's low, slow, and firm voice. Can I leave now? As soon as he finished speaking, his voice reverberated throughout the entire plaza. All of the cultivators in the plaza stopped cheering and turned their gazes toward the high platform. It was time to fulfill his promise. The faces of the cultivators in the air were ugly. How could they go back on their words? They had put everyone's face on the line. The Kang family's expert wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. Just now, he had thrown away the face of all the ancestor-level experts. If he went back on his word now, the consequences could be imagined. He hated himself for being too full of himself. The martial ancestor was the same. He had put the face of the martial ancestor's thousands of years of inheritance on the line. No one spoke. They were all silent. They didn't know what to say. They were unwilling to let Zichen leave. They were conflicted. On one hand, they were worried about their face. On the other hand, they were worried about Zichen's future. You guys, are you going back on your words? This time, the cultivator from the Liu family had a playful expression. You have to know that you put the face of everyone in your family on the line. If you go back on your words, these people will spread your heroic deeds throughout the entire southern region. That's right. We will spread today's matter to the whole world. We will let the disciples of the major powers be despised by the world when they go out. We will walk through the streets and alleys. We will go to any place where there are people and spread the glory of the major powers. A cultivator in the crowd mustered up the courage to speak. You guys don't even care about your face anymore. You want to go back on your words. Seeing that they didn't respond, Wang Zhenwei's expression was cold. He would take action when necessary. Of course we won't go back on our words. The battle isn't over yet. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was like the friction of 10,000-year-old ice, emitting an even colder aura. The voice was pleasant to hear, but cold. The people of the Chu family are not all dead. I can still fight, and I still have the strength to fight. A white figure walked out. Her figure was light and agile as she flew towards the high platform. She had a beautiful appearance. Her figure was slender, her twin peaks were proud, and her waist was slender. Under her white clothes, her straight jade-like legs emitted a mesmerizing light. It was the Chu family's Nu Bing. She was a very beautiful woman, but at this moment, she made people feel disgusted. They wanted nothing more than to slap her to death. My Chu clan still has people who haven't died yet. I can still fight. Do you dare to fight? The woman's beautiful eyes were cold and emotionless. Her words were pleasant to hear, but they were filled with killing intent. You can still fight. Did you fight before? Zi Chen has defeated 4 freaks in a row. He can't even stand properly, yet you still want to challenge him. Don't you think that's shameless? You're a beauty, but you actually have such a vicious heart. Many people were furious. There were shameless people every year, but this year, there were especially many. As expected of someone nurtured by a great family, even a woman was so shameless. Zi Chen, do you dare to accept this weak woman's challenge? Chu Bing spoke again. Her voice was crisp but cold. The aura around her was very terrifying. She was a freak with great strength. She had nothing to do with being a weak woman. Fight, fight, fight. That's easy for you to say. You came out to fight when Zi Chen was seriously injured. If you have the ability, come and fight me when you're at your peak. How shameless. Why don't I fight with you? Let's fight for 300 rounds on the bed. Many people were cursing, but they didn't dare to go too far. However, they didn't expect such a fierce voice to suddenly ring out from the crowd. Looking towards the voice, it was Wang Shan. A very arrogant young man said very domineering words. He was fully deserving of the title of a profligate second generation. Only this kind of person would be able to quickly think of another way to fight at this moment and in this situation. Beside Wang Shan, Wang Xianer's face flushed red like a red apple. She was very cute. She quietly put down the hand that was pinching Wang Shan and stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. She only asked Wang Shan to say some harsh words. She didn't expect Wang Shan to be so ruthless. Look at what you're looking at. I've never seen such a handsome guy. Isn't a battle on the bed a battle? It's more of a test of strength. Wang Shan braced himself and shouted under everyone's gaze. That's right. A battle on the bed is also a battle. Friend, you're very fierce. Haha, well said. A battle on the bed is also a test of strength. If you're not convinced, let's have a battle on the bed. In the past, Wang Shan was very annoying. He was really a rich second generation. However, when he said such hateful words today, people didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, they agreed with him. Even some of the female cultivators who were teary-eyed covered their mouths and chuckled. Obviously, everyone felt the shamelessness of the big forces and was disgusted. In the fighting ring, Chu Bing's face was even colder. The killing intent around her was also more intense. The surrounding air was covered with a layer of white ice crystals. Do you dare to fight? Her voice was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. That's right. Our Chu family still has a monster. This battle isn't over yet. Wait until you kill Chu Bing, the Chu family said. It was hard to imagine just how thick-skinned the Chu clan was to be able to say something like that. However, there were still many shameless people. That's right. That's what we meant just now. We'll advance and retreat with the Chu family. The Chu family still has a monster that hasn't died. This battle isn't over yet. Haha, continue fighting if you dare. The other three forces didn't care about their faces anymore. You're really shameless. A terrifying aura emerged from Wang Zhenwei's body. Boundless killing intent surged and swept the entire fighting ring. Boom. The Liu family's aura also became violent. He said coldly, "You want to fight? Very well. I'll fight this little girl." The Liu family's unreasonable words made the other forces' expressions change instantly. At the same time, the woman from the Moonlight Pavilion also released her aura. She seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy moonlight. She was very mysterious. "You're really shameless," she said lightly. The hazy moonlight scattered, but a terrifying aura circulated. "What are you doing? Don't forget that this is Kang Li City." The Kang and Li families' experts didn't dare to show weakness either. Terrifying auras surged around them as they faced each other. Buzz. The martial ancestor also stood up. Terrifying energy circulated around his body, causing the entire fighting ring to tremble. The Chu family's dignity cannot be violated. The Chu family's expert suddenly stood up, and a cold aura erupted. The two sides were 4 against 4. They didn't give way to each other, but they weren't afraid of each other either. "You're so shameless. How dare you talk big here?" The Liu family's expert glared. Light flashed in his hand, and a mace appeared. The mace was as black as ink and released a terrifying aura. The moment it appeared, it stirred up the surrounding space. Ripples appeared in the space, and a rumbling sound was heard. The terrifying aura spread out and swept through the entire square. At this moment, many cultivators felt a vast majesty. "You brought that to the meeting?" Seeing the mace in the Liu family's expert's hand, the Yu family's expert's eyes almost popped out. The Kang and Li families, as well as the martial ancestor and the Chu family's experts, were even more shocked. "That's right. Our Yongqi Liu family's fighting power isn't strong, but our refining skills are definitely the best in the southern region. What else can we bring out if we don't bring weapons?" The Liu family's expert held the mace and glared. Boom. The mace in his hand only changed hands. From his right hand to his left, a terrifying aura leaked out. The entire platform trembled, and cracks spread out from it. The terrifying pressure caused more than half of the people in the square to fall to the ground. Enough. The Yu family's expression changed. They all released their energy to protect the platform. Otherwise, the platform would definitely collapse. "You came to the gathering of the younger generation, and you brought that thing out?" The Yu family's experts were still in disbelief. They couldn't figure out why he would bring such a murderous weapon to a small gathering. As for the other Yu family's experts, their expressions changed drastically. "If I didn't take it out, would you listen to me?" The Liu family's expert glared. The mace in his hand shook again. Obviously, he was going to change hands again. Enough. The other Yu family's experts hurriedly stopped him. As for the other people in the plaza, their faces were also filled with shock. That weapon was too terrifying. "What weapon is that? It's just shaking slightly, and it's already so powerful. If it swung casually, wouldn't it destroy Kang Li City?" Everyone's expression changed. Some of the geniuses seemed to have thought of something after seeing the mace, but almost all of them shut their mouths at the same time. Obviously, they didn't want to say it out loud. Zi Chen stared at the Liu family's expert. There was only one word to describe him in his mind: fierce. Too fierce. Just by taking out a weapon, all the Yu family's experts' expressions changed. It seemed that as long as the weapon smashed down, they would be killed. "Little girl, didn't you want to fight? You want to protect the dignity of the Chu family? Very well, as long as you can block a blow from my mace, I'll kill Zi Chen for you." The Liu family's expert glanced at Chu Bing. His voice was as loud as a bell, very clear. Poof. At the same time, the mace in his hand changed hands again. A terrifying aura spread out. Many people fell down and vomited blood. Some of the Yu family's experts were extremely shocked. They joined hands to block the platform to prevent it from collapsing. Zi Chen's eyes flickered. This was the real domineering, the real terror. He could tell that this was the mace's power. The Liu family's expert didn't use any energy at all. Chu Bing of the Chu family turned pale. How could she block it? Not to mention her, even the Yu family's experts here couldn't block a blow from the mace. Junior naturally can't defeat Senior, but I can kill Zi Chen, so there's no need for Senior to do anything. Chu Bing's voice was light, but it was filled with endless killing intent. Her face was pale, but she resisted the pressure and spoke. Humph, bullying a seriously injured person. You don't deserve to be called a monster. The Liu family's expert snorted coldly, releasing endless pressure. Chu Bing of the Chu family turned pale again. Liu Mingyong, you're bullying a junior. What kind of ability is that? The Chu family's expert shouted at this time, but his face was very pale. Liu Mingyong pointed his mace at the Chu family's expert. A terrifying aura surged, shaking the latter's heart. Liu Mingyong shouted, if I bully a junior, then you don't keep your promise. So what if you bully Zi Chen? Let me tell you, today, I, Liu Mingyong, will protect Zi Chen. Whoever wants to go against Zi Chen is going against my mace. Don't blame me for beating you to death. Liu Mingyong was very fierce. Don't forget, this is Kang Li City. If you're not afraid, we'll all stay here with our weapons. The Kang and Li family's experts also threatened. If I'm afraid, I won't come. Liu Mingyong was very strong. Both sides were in a stalemate, and neither side was willing to back down. What's the point of arguing here? Let's see what Zi Chen wants. The Chu family's expert sneered. He turned to stare at Zi Chen and said, Zi Chen, are you willing to fight a fair battle to the death with Chu Bing for your last freedom? Chapter 275. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such a shameless person. At this moment, many cultivators wanted nothing more than to slap the Chu clan cultivator to death. This clan cultivator practiced ice cultivation techniques, making it hard to get close to them. They were cold and indifferent. But who would have thought that their hearts were so vicious? Zi Chen couldn't even stand up now, but the opponent still had the audacity to say that it would be a fair battle. Fair? What was fair? It was already a miracle that Zi Chen wasn't dead. How could he fight again, let alone against a monster? Old Chu, don't go too far. Liu Mingyong shouted, the mace in his hand trembling. Zi Chen is about to die, and you still want Chu Bing to fight? And you still dare to say that it would be a fair battle? Don't you feel ashamed? Where is your Chu clan's face? Wang Zhenwei's expression also turned ugly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This is his only chance. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. I believe Zi Chen won't leave this place alive, said the Kang clan expert. That's right. Either fight Chu Bing or die. Don't forget where you are. The Li clan expert also threatened. You think I'm afraid of you? Liu Mingyong was furious, and was about to raise his mace to attack. Keep your word. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Zi Chen who spoke. He sat on the ground, looking at the experts on the high platform. They were stunned, and couldn't react for a moment. Do you keep your word? Zi Chen asked again, his voice slow but firm. You mean you want to fight? Everyone was stunned. Even Liu Mingyong stared at Zi Chen in confusion. Although I don't kill women, if you insist on forcing me, then I'll make an exception. Zi Chen said indifferently, obviously agreeing to fight. He could see the current situation. If he didn't continue, these people wouldn't let him go. This was Tsangli City, the home of the Tsangli clan and Tsangli clan. Apart from having many experts, they also had a lot of resources. If they really fought, the two clans could slaughter everyone here. Zi Chen had to fight this battle. Even if he had to die, he had to fight. If he didn't fight, he would die. Of course, in their eyes, Zi Chen would die even if he fought. No one believed that Zi Chen, who was on his last breath, would be able to kill a monstrous genius at his peak. Ha ha! The expert from the Chu clan laughed loudly. Did I hear wrongly? He said that he can still kill people. That's right, that's what I said. Zichen's voice was very calm, and there was an inexplicable confidence in it. Idiot. There was disdain in the Li family's expert's eyes. You only have one life, and 90% of it is already in the ground. You only have 10% left, and you still want to kill a monster? What nonsense. Are you pretending to be calm? The expert from the Kang family was also very disdainful. Idiot, your brain must have been damaged. The martial ancestor sneered. As for Wang Zhenwei and the others, they frowned. Obviously, they didn't understand why Zichen would agree. Zichen, you want to kill me? Dream on. Let me tell you, I will torture you to death to avenge my clan. Chu Bing was very beautiful, but when she spoke at this moment, her voice was incomparably cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm asking if you mean what you said. Zichen asked again. He was very calm. Yes, why not? This is the last battle. If you win, leave immediately, and we won't care about you anymore. The experts from the various clans spoke one after another. You said the same thing just now, but you still went back on your words. I don't know how I can believe you. Zichen asked. They were startled, and their faces kept changing. If Liu Mingyong and the others weren't here, and Zichen dared to talk to them like this, they would have already slapped Zichen to death. Swear. Unless you swear, I won't compromise. Zichen said. If you don't keep your promise, your clans will fall into an endless curse until you're destroyed. This was a vicious oath. Although it didn't have any practical effect, it still made Yukong's face change. Brat, who do you think you are? You want us to swear? Are you qualified? Yukong's eyes flashed coldly, and a dense killing intent filled the air. He couldn't wait to slap Zichen to death. You don't dare to swear. Are you thinking of going back on your words? Since you're so shameless, then go back and find someone who will keep his word. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Liu Mingyong's mace danced in his hand, and a terrifying aura circulated. He looked at them and sneered. Zichen had already spoken, and there was no turning back. They could only fight for Zichen to keep his promise, even if it didn't have much effect. This is the final battle. It's not a game. If you don't want to swear, or if you can't represent your clans, then scram and find someone who can. Wang Zhenwei said without any trace of politeness. He had a violent temper, but he had always been a mediator. Now, the shamelessness of these clans had finally infuriated him. The Yukong's clans were enraged, and they coldly looked at the two of them. What you? I said, if you don't have the qualifications, then scram. Find someone who does. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll send you on your way. A powerful aura came from the mace. Liu Mingyong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. If they didn't agree with him, he'd beat them to death. The Yukong's clan's expressions changed. They were very afraid of the mace. Either scram, swear, or die. Liu Mingyong coldly stared at them. He had the intention of starting a fight if they didn't agree with him. The Kang and Li clan's experts' expressions kept changing. They felt humiliated to be threatened in front of their own clans. At this moment, a terrifying intent swept over. Their expressions changed, as if they were listening to something. After a while, they nodded to the sky. Their attitude was very humble. Okay, we swear. This is the final battle. The Kang and Li clan's experts said one after another. Obviously, the intent from before had spoken, but other than the two of them, no one else could sense it. Liu Mingyong and the others' expressions changed slightly. This battle was indeed watched by the older generation. Okay, it's the final battle. The Chu clan and martial ancestor nodded. Obviously, they had compromised. After that, they all swore to the sky. The Kang clan, Li clan, martial ancestor, and Chu clan. If we violate this oath, we will be cursed and our clans will be destroyed. They all swore according to the general meaning. The crowd was in an uproar. This time, it was really going to be the final battle. However, what were the chances of Zichen winning this battle? Naturally, not even 10%. Bing, you must torture him to death. After the oath, The Chu clan's expert looked at Chu Bing with a cold expression. Don't worry, uncle. I will avenge my clan. I will make him suffer so much that he will wish he was dead. Chu Bing said, her voice very cold. Then, she looked at Zi Chen coldly. How do you want to die? Chu Bing walked over step by step. Although she had a smile on her face, it was filled with endless coldness. She was a beauty, but at this moment, she was filled with killing intent. I'm thinking about how you will die. Although I don't kill women, I will make an exception today. You are very annoying. Zi Chen said calmly. Then, in front of everyone, he closed his eyes. Is he going to die? Zi Chen can't even stand up. How can he fight against a monster? He closed his eyes because he doesn't want to see his opponent's shameless face. It can be considered as a peaceful ending. It's a pity that such a monster met so many shameless people. Zi Chen closed his eyes and opened his hands as if he was waiting for death. Chu Bing of the Chu clan stopped. She didn't know why, but she felt that something was wrong. Zi Chen's eyes were very calm, and the moment he closed his eyes, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. Could it be that he is looking at me? He has the confidence to kill me. Impossible. He has no chance of winning this battle. He is the dead person. That's right, that's the gaze of a dead person. Chu Bing felt relieved and walked forward again. However, at this moment, 2 rays of light appeared above Zi Chen's hands. These were 2 rays of golden light. At first, they were only the size of a grain of rice. However, in the blink of an eye, they expanded and became the size of walnuts. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. In a breath's time, the walnut-like golden light expanded again. It was the size of a fist, and this time, it emitted a dazzling golden light. The 2 fist-sized balls carried a terrifying aura. However, it was obviously not enough to kill a monster. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the golden light expanded again. From the size of a fist, it slowly grew to the size of a human head. They appeared in Zi Chen's hands. They were like 2 golden balls, one on the left and one on the right. They were held by Zi Chen. The dazzling golden light dyed Zi Chen gold. He closed his eyes, and his expression was peaceful. He gave off a solemn feeling. 2 golden balls, one on the left and one on the right. The golden ball on the right was emitting a blazing energy. The golden light was dazzling like the sun, and it carried an extreme aura of destruction. The golden ball on the left was emitting a chilling energy. The golden light was also dazzling, and it was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. These 2 golden balls had different characteristics. They emitted 2 extreme energies. The only thing they had in common was the destructive aura of thunder and lightning. It was as if streaks of thunder and lightning were circling them. Although the 2 golden balls emitted a terrifying aura, it was definitely not enough to kill a monster. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't understand what Zi Chen was going to do. This should be all the energy in his body. Zi Chen is going to make a final gamble. Unfortunately, the energy is too weak. It can't kill the enemy. Everyone sighed. All the energy in Zi Chen's body was only the size of the 2 golden balls. This kind of energy might be able to kill an ordinary person, but it couldn't kill a monster. Zi Chen's abdomen was empty. All the energy had been gathered in his hands. This also allowed him to separate the yin and yang energies and circulate them at the same time. He didn't have to worry about the energy in his body exploding. The harmony of yin and yang creates a balance. But what if the yin and yang collide? Suddenly, Zi Chen opened his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. Dense killing intent filled his eyes, and there was a hint of madness. This was a gamble. The last gamble. The only chance of survival was here. Whether he lived or died depended on the power of this move. Zi Chen attacked. His hands trembled and 2 balls flew towards Chu Bing. They were light as a feather and emitted a dazzling golden light. They weren't very fast. If Chu Bing wanted to dodge, it would only take a single step. Is this your last gamble? Unfortunately, the energy is too weak. Chu Bing sneered. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. However, she didn't let her guard down. Instead, she stared at the 2 golden balls. Unfortunately, These two balls were too ordinary. They were almost the same. Only the energy they emitted was slightly different. As for the power, it was really ordinary. Chu Bing felt that she could destroy them with one hand. Just as she was about to destroy the two golden balls under her vigilant gaze, the golden balls suddenly changed their trajectory. The two suddenly approached each other and collided. Boom! Golden light illuminated the sky. It was as if the sun had exploded. The whole square was shaking. An indescribably terrifying aura appeared at the place where the two balls collided. It was devastating. Author's note: mighty. Finally, it's time again. Chapter 276. Extreme yin and extreme yang collided, releasing a destructive aura. As far as the eye could see, there was golden light everywhere. It was dazzling, but it carried a terrifying aura. Chu Bing bore the brunt of the attack and was swallowed by the terrifying golden energy. Ah! She only had time to let out a scream before her figure completely disappeared in the golden energy. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. The entire battle platform began to shake. The origin formation emitted ripples and appeared once again, continuously dispelling the destructive aura. Bang! But this time, the golden energy was too terrifying. The origin formation did not even last for 3 breaths before it lost its energy and exploded. At the same time, cracks appeared on the entire battle platform. Boom! The cracks spread like a spider web. Then, the entire Chen beheading platform exploded. Just as the stone fragments flew up, they were crushed into powder by the energy. The sound of explosions could be heard continuously. When yin and yang collided, only destruction could be seen. Oh my God, what is happening? It's just 2 golden balls colliding. How could it have such terrifying power? The entire square was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Many cultivators fell to the ground in the midst of the tremors. The golden light spread out in all directions like golden lightning, bringing with it a destructive aura. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Buzz! The high platform that Yukong was on was also affected by the impact of the energy. Cracks appeared instantly. Yukong continuously attacked, sending out waves of energy. Only then did he suppress the collapse of the high platform. Ah! The energy wave spread out and wretched cries rang out. It was unknown just how many cultivators were swept away by the energy wave. Destruction. Everywhere the golden light passed, everything was destroyed. This is too terrifying. What is going on? Someone exclaimed. His body was already swept into the air. Fortunately, he was far from the battle platform. Otherwise, he would not be swept away, but killed. These are 2 types of extreme energy. Damn it, how can 2 types of extreme energy appear on his body? The golden light only brought destruction. It destroyed everything. Yukong's exasperated voice sounded from the high platform. At this moment, everyone in the imperial sky was stunned. Everyone could only cultivate 1 type of extreme energy. The price of cultivating 2 types of energy was to explode and die. This was a principle that had not changed since ancient times. It was just like fire and water. Once they came into contact, they would be destroyed. It was not the fusion of fire and water. Only those with great perseverance and great luck would be able to fuse with it. However, it was clear that the southern region did not possess such existences. Furthermore, they had only heard about it, let alone seen it. He cultivates 2 types of extreme energy, but his body did not explode. At this moment, everyone in the air was stunned. An inconceivable thing happened. The golden light gradually dissipated, and peace returned to the world once again. Many people crawled up from the ground. They were in a sorry state, but they did not care. Instead, they looked at the Chen beheading platform. The platform that was originally hundreds of meters tall was now less than 3 meters wide. Zi Chen was sitting there cross-legged. Other than his pale face, he was not injured at all. The surroundings were completely empty. Nu Bing of the Chu clan was nowhere to be found. Not even her corpse was left behind. She had been blasted into nothingness by a single strike. He's dead. Zi Chen killed the genius of the Chu clan. Zi Chen won. Heavens, He killed 5 monstrous geniuses in one day. This is unbelievable. Instant kill. He killed the genius in an instant. The crowd cheered again. Apart from being shocked, they were also very excited. Zichen had once again created a miracle. He had killed another genius with a severely injured body. They did not know what extreme energy was, nor did they know what 2 types of extreme energy were. They were only excited to see Zichen win. Zichen has created a legend of the southern region. This battle will be recorded in history. It will be engraved in the hearts of future generations and inspire them to move forward. Everyone exclaimed. They were very excited. On the high platform, everyone's expression changed. Zichen had actually mastered 2 types of extreme energy, yet his body did not explode due to the power of the technique. This was too unbelievable. They only saw Zichen's powerful move, but they did not see Zichen's narrow escape. At this moment, their eyes were constantly changing. There was no energy around Zichen's body, so he did not have to worry about his body exploding. At this moment, he slowly stood up. With the strength of his body, he could still hold on. However, this was a high platform that was dozens of meters high. It was easy to come up, but now it was much more difficult to go down. Wait. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Zichen turned his head and looked at the high platform. He stared at the Li family expert who spoke. Are you going to go back on your words? The Li family expert was stunned. Even if he was shameless, he did not know what to say at this moment. The experts from the other families were also stunned. Their expressions constantly changed, as if they were caught in a struggle. Zichen's victory was completely unexpected. However, since they had made the oath, they did not plan to let Zichen leave. However, 2 types of extreme energy cultivation techniques were too attractive. One must know that an extreme energy cultivation technique was the pinnacle and unbelievable. Zichen had actually mastered 2 types of extreme energy cultivation techniques. It was like a mountain of treasures in front of them. They could easily get it. Who would turn around and leave? Zichen, I'll take you away. Liu Mingyong said. He waved the mace in his hand and flew towards Zichen. Take Zichen away first. Wang Zhenwei also said. Light flashed around his body and he also flew towards the high platform. Swoosh. The girl from the Guangyu pavilion had already made her move. She shot out a hazy moonlight. Zichen's figure suddenly became illusory. Apparently, she was afraid that Zichen would be sneakily attacked, so she prepared an energy defense in advance. The experts from the Danyang Qin family also flew out of the high platform. Stop. The strong cultivators of the Kang and Li clans moved, the strong cultivators of the martial ancestor clan moved, and the strong cultivators of the Chu clan moved as well. At this moment, none of them wanted Zichen to be taken away. 4 experts stepped forward. Their auras surged and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Zichen had mastered 2 types of extreme energy cultivation techniques. They could not let him leave. Even if they could not get him, they could not let Liu Mingyong and the others get it. It was better to die than to live in Dishina. Get lost. Liu Mingyong shouted. He waved the mace in his hand. It surged with a terrifying aura and swung it forward. Boom. The void began to tremble. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, the space was like a piece of paper. It easily shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. A destructive aura gushed out from the mace. It was like an angry black dragon, rushing towards the 4 experts. The 4 experts' expressions changed. They all shouted and mobilized the energy in their bodies. They launched powerful attacks, wanting to dissolve the mace's attack. Don't hold back. Attack with all your strength. At this moment, the 4 of them did not dare to hide their strength. They did not dare to be selfish. They could only join hands. Otherwise, the black dragon would devour all of them. Boom. Each family's secret techniques were displayed. All kinds of magnificent and powerful battle techniques appeared. Brilliant light filled the sky. A terrifying aura circulated and collided with the black dragon. Terrifying energy exploded. The black dragon rushed down. Wherever it passed, the space was constantly shattered. This was a terrifying attack. It actually shattered the void. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, the black dragon appeared. The whole square was shaking. Even the entire Tsangli city was shaking. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of vomiting blood could be heard. The 4 experts were like kites with a broken string. They were directly smashed into the high platform. Then, the high platform exploded with a loud bang. The mace's attack seriously injured the 4 of them. What is the meaning of this? Are you going back on your words? Liu Mingyong held the mace in his hand and stared at them. He protected Zi Chen behind him. Wang Zhenwei and the experts of the Qin family protected Zi Chen on the left and right. The woman from the Light Moon Pavilion released a ray of hazy moonlight to heal Zi Chen's injuries. The 4 experts' faces were pale. They were shocked. The mace's attack seriously injured them. Beside them, the other experts' faces also changed. They no longer stepped forward. Instead, they looked at the small decapitating Chen stage with cold eyes. No one spoke. No one was in the right. They did not know what to say at this moment. Are you guys so shameless that you even want to go against your oath? Liu Mingyong asked coldly. His eyes were burning with anger. The experts did not speak, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. They did not move forward or backward. Is there a limit to your shamelessness? What did you say before? Wang Zhenwei's voice was cold. He was known as the existence with the most hope to enter the ancestral master level. His strength was terrifying. The experts' faces were gloomy. The killing intent in their eyes increased. No matter what, Zi Chen could not leave. A cultivation technique with 2 types of extreme energy was too important. So what if we go against our oath to kill a monster with unlimited potential? At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. For a cultivation technique with 2 types of extreme energy, what's the harm in being shameless for once? An old man appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a grey robe. His face was full of wrinkles and his teeth were almost all gone. It was obvious that he was in his twilight years and did not have much time left. But it was this old man who was about to enter the ground that emitted a terrifying aura. It far surpassed Yu Zhenwei's aura. The moment he appeared, everyone felt an oppressive aura. Even the space began to ripple. It's him. After seeing the old man, Zi Chen's face changed drastically. His face was drained of blood. This was an ancestral master-level expert. Zi Chen also knew him. It was the martial ancestor who was beaten up by drifting mist. Wu Rushan. This old man had wanted to kill him when they were in the ruins. An ancestral master-level expert. Wang Zhenwei and the others' faces changed. They were extremely shocked. Obviously, the development of the situation was far beyond their expectations. Even an ancestral master-level expert appeared. What do you mean by this? Wang Zhenwei looked at Wu Rushan and asked coldly. Kid, don't think that you have the right to talk to me like this just because you're about to enter the ancestral master level. On this path, as long as you don't break through to this level, you can fall at any time. The heavenly tribulation is not that easy to pass. Wu Rushan stepped forward with a calm expression. He did not put Wang Zhenwei in his eyes at all. Glancing at Wang Zhenwei and the others, he said disdainfully, I'll give you a chance now. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. Why? Liu Mingyong shouted and stood in front of Zi Chen. The mace in his hand was emitting a terrifying aura. This was his only reliance. Chapter 277. The mace was exuding a terrifying aura. With one hit, it had injured 4 powerful zephyrs. But in Wu Rushan's eyes, it was just a weapon. He was powerful, so he was not afraid of a weapon. His eyes were still filled with disdain. You can try. The mace in Liu Mingyong's hand was emitting an even more terrifying aura. You want to use an elixir weapon to fight me? Haha, is your brain damaged? Wu Rushan laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You'll know if it's damaged after you try. Liu Mingyong held the mace in his hand and leaped into the air. The aura around him surged, and he looked majestic. It took a lot of courage for a mere zephyr to go against an overlord. I'll only ask you one question. Are you going to retreat or not? Wu Rushan asked coldly. Of course not. Little guy, the gap between us is not something that an elixir weapon can make up for. Wu Rushan sneered as a bright light flashed through his muddy old eyes. Since you insist on fighting, then I just happen to be lacking a suitable pill weapon. Boom. With a loud bang, Wu Rushan struck out with his palm. In the next moment, a huge palm print appeared. It was at least a few 100 meters large, and it was surrounded by rolling black chi. This was the destruction palm. It was cast by an overlord. Naturally, it was terrifying and had the power to destroy the world. The space was shattered, and rays of black light appeared. At the same time, a terrifying pressure fell, making it hard for people to move. Liu Mingyong felt like he was in a quagmire, and his movements became sluggish. Ha! He let out a thunderous roar as the energy in his body surged wildly towards the mace. Boom! The mace went berserk, and the pressure from Wu Rushan dissipated instantly. At the same time, Liu Mingyong was like a giant, holding the mace and smashing it towards the palm print. Wherever the mace passed, the space was shattered. A dark light flowed, and it was like a black dragon was born. With a terrifying aura, it collided with the palm print. Boom! The world shook, and the space was torn apart like paper. Large holes appeared one after another. Facing an overlord, the mace was still powerful, and it shattered the palm print. At the same time, a terrifying force surged forward and landed directly on Wu Rushan. Bang! Wu Rushan's body flew backward as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. He took more than 10 steps back in the air before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale as the blood in his body surged. His turbid eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, "What are you?" "That's right. It is a pinnacle pill armament. It is also the most successful pill armament our Yongqi Liu family has ever forged in the past 1,000 years." Black light swirled around the spiked mace, emitting a terrifying cold light. Liu Mingyong was very proud when talking about his own weapon. Wu Rushan's expression kept changing as he stared at the spiked club in Liu Mingyong's hand, which was emitting a blazing light. This kind of weapon was known to be the most powerful among alchemy weapons. It was comparable to the foundation of alchemy weapons. How could he not be jealous? How could he not be moved? Now, not only did he want Zi Chen's cultivation method, but he also wanted this pill weapon. What? You want to snatch my pill weapon? Come then. Let's see if you are stronger or this spiked club is better. Liu Mingyong was very confident with the spiked club in his hand. This was the weapon that the Liu family was most proud of in the past 1,000 years. It was powerful and could allow him to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, it was a level higher than the heavens. Breaking through from the Zephyr realm to the Master realm seemed to be only a step away. However, this step had stumped countless heroes in the world. It was a tribulation comparable to the heavens, which made people respect and fear it. Countless people had died in this tribulation. This also led to the difference in strength between the two of them. When a fish leaps into a dragon, the Zephyr realm was like a fish. Once a cultivator broke through to the Master realm, he was equivalent to a dragon. The difference was almost unimaginable. Liu Mingyong could be proud to be able to suppress a cultivator of the Zephyr realm with a pill weapon. You should be glad that I am only in the spirit origin realm now. Otherwise, this strike would not be as simple as pushing you back. Liu Mingyong said confidently. "Tempage, little guy, do you really think you are invincible?" Wu Rushan snorted. "I wouldn't dare to say that I am invincible, but it is enough to deal with you." Liu Mingyong was very confident. He shouted, "Are you going to retreat or not?" "Is that so?" Wu Rushan sneered. As a Master realm cultivator, he was the strongest. However, he still had to be careful in the face of such a pill weapon. However, he did not care. Instead, he shouted to the void, "What? Are you two still planning to watch the show?" As soon as his words fell, everyone's expression changed. Could there be someone else in the dark? Light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in the void. They were 2 old men, one on the left and one on the right. A terrifying aura was surging around them. Master realm. Liu Mingyong's face turned pale. The two old men who appeared again were also master realm cultivators. He was barely able to defeat one of them, but he was confident. Two of them were naturally no match for him. Now that there were three of them, he had no chance of winning. Kang and Li families, do you want to completely fall out with us today? Wang Zhenwei was not afraid. He said coldly. He was known as the most promising expert to enter the master realm. Why didn't he have any arrogance? Not to mention that he represented Yunxia City. An ancient city with thousands of years of history, its foundation was unfathomable. Today's matter is really unexpected. The fusion of two extreme energies is of great importance. You can take away the pill weapon, but Zi Chen must stay. The old man of the Kang family said. Are you going back on your words again? Liu Mingyong asked coldly. This is not going back on our words. It's just that the two extreme energies are too important. If Zi Chen stays here, we can guarantee that he will not be harmed. The old man of the Li family said. Who dares to believe your promises? In that case, come with me to Yunxia City. If you want to ask anything, you can ask them there, Wang Zhenwei said. Sigh, it seems that you are stubborn. In that case, don't blame us for taking action. The old man of the Kang family looked at them and sighed. Boom. In the next moment, he attacked without mercy. A huge palm print appeared, emitting a terrifying aura, and fell down. At the same time, Wu Rushan and the old man of the Li family attacked at the same time. The three master realm experts attacked at the same time. The power was terrifying. The whole Tsangli city was shaking as if there was an earthquake. In this world, who could resist the attack of three master realm experts? At this moment, the three of them attacked, rolling up terrifying energy. It was much stronger than a forbidden weapon. It was an attack from a true master realm expert. Bang! Wang Zhenwei was instantly blown away, retreating 100 meters. Then, the expert of the Qin family was also blown away, with blood on the corner of his mouth. The woman of the Guangyu pavilion was also unable to resist the terrifying attack. Her body was light, but she was constantly pushed back. Ha! Liu Mingyong shouted. The mace fell, shattering the space. A black dragon appeared and broke the attack, but at the same time, two attacks came at him at the same time. Obviously, the Master Realm experts didn't intend to kill. They didn't want the relationship between the three forces to be strained. Their goal was only Zi Chen. Don't you three forces feel shameless? You just swore. Liu Mingyong roared, waving his mace and rushing forward. The entire Tsangli city was trembling as if it was about to be destroyed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. In the entire square, not a single person was left standing. Many of the cultivators were sent flying. As for those who were too slow, they were swept to the ground by the pressure. This is a serious matter. We promise not to hurt Zi Chen. The old man of the Kang family said. A huge palm print appeared in the air. It was a few meters large, pressing down on Zi Chen. That's right. We won't kill Zi Chen. Wu Rushan sneered. He stretched out his hand, and the destruction palm appeared. Rays of black light surrounded it, grabbing at Zi Chen. I won't kill Zi Chen, but he has to come with me to the Li family. The expert of the Li family didn't want to be outdone, and a fiery red palm print fell. Shameless. Wang Zhenwei roared in anger. The three Master Realm experts said that they wouldn't kill, but now they attacked together. Not to mention that Zi Chen was a true energy realm cultivator. Even if he was flying, he couldn't resist this force. Once the three forces collided, Zi Chen would die without a doubt. They didn't plan to let him live. The woman of the Moon Pavilion was angry, but she was helpless. She finally saw the shamelessness of the three forces. And this shamelessness had been passed down for thousands of years. Boom! Zi Chen looked up at the three terrifying palm prints. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He lost the bet. The shamelessness of the three forces was beyond his imagination. Even the Master Realm experts showed up. If he knew this, he wouldn't have come. He would have hidden for a lifetime. Even if he died in the mountain, there was still a chance. But now, it was all gone. He couldn't accept it. If I don't die, I swear I will eradicate the three forces. Chen roared in his heart, making his final struggle. He wanted to roar and say a few vicious words, or even curse to his heart's content. However, under the terrifying pressure, he couldn't move or speak. He could only wait for death. Boom! 3 palm prints fell towards Chen with a terrifying force. Although they were here to capture him, no one could guarantee that the next moment, the palm prints wouldn't bring destruction. The 3 palm prints fell almost at the same time, but when they reached Chen, they exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying aura spread. The remaining few meters of the decapitation stage collapsed instantly. The destructive aura rippled and rushed towards Chen. Sure enough, one of them tried to kill him. Wu Rushan, you. The other two's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. Chen must die. Wu Rushan roared, his eyes flashing coldly. The palm prints of the 3 masters exploded. The aura was naturally terrifying. But in the next moment, something even stranger happened. The decapitation stage had exploded, but Chen still stayed in the air. It was as if he was flying. Around him, a dazzling golden light shield suddenly appeared. When the destructive aura reached Chen, it encountered the golden light shield and dissipated silently. It didn't hurt Chen at all. Moreover, the golden light seemed to be fixed in the void. No matter how the destructive aura attacked, Chen didn't move at all. At the same time, someone saw a blurry figure appear behind Chen in the golden light. P.S. It's finally over. I didn't dare to drag it out, but I couldn't write too much of a monster. My brain cells have been damaged recently. Fortunately, it's finally over. But the battle hasn't stopped yet. We'll continue today for the sake of ranking. Chapter 278. When a sovereign attacked, a terrifying aura surged and rumbled like thunder. The entire Zhongli city shook violently. In the square, many cultivators collapsed to the ground and looked at the scene in horror. This was the attack of 3 sect masters. Who in the world could withstand it? As the terrifying energy descended, Chen was already in despair. He no longer had any hope of surviving. All of his grudges, all of his unwillingness, would vanish with his death. He was angry, he roared, he was unwilling, but under the boundless pressure, he couldn't speak or move. He could only roar in his heart. Wang. A light vibration caused the void to vibrate. A defensive light shield suddenly appeared on the surface of Chen's body. The golden light was dazzling, blocking the energy attacks from the outside for Chen. Rumble. The boundless energy was raging. The space was exploding and a large black crack appeared. This was a terrifying attack. If it fell, it could destroy half of Zhongli city. More than half of the city's population would die. But this terrifying attack couldn't destroy the golden light shield. The light shield that suddenly appeared was dazzling. No matter how the energy attacked, it didn't move at all. It was as if the two were not in the same space. In the square, the people who were paralyzed looked up at the sky. After seeing the golden light shield block the destructive energy, they were shocked. It really blocked the destructive energy. Heavens, what exactly is this golden light shield? It actually blocked the attacks of 3 ancestor-level powerhouses. Everyone was aghast and exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful defensive light shield. Chen still has such a trick up his sleeve. Oh my god, even the attacks of 3 sect masters can't break it. Did he expect this? Chen still has such a trick up his sleeve. All the people in the sky were stunned. They didn't understand what happened. The sudden appearance of the light shield was so terrifying that it blocked the attacks of 3 sect masters. Could it be that Chen still has a treasure in his hand? This treasure can form the strongest defense in the world. Even sect masters can't break it. The resplendent golden light was very similar to Chen's energy from before, and it made people think of endless possibilities. However, this conjecture was quickly dispelled. If there really was such a defensive barrier, Chen would have used it before and wouldn't have been seriously injured. The terrifying energy slowly dissipated, and the torn space quickly healed. Zhongli city stopped shaking, and everything returned to normal. In mid-air, the golden light shield around Chen's body was still dazzling, like a golden sun. It was this shield that had blocked the terrifying attack just now, as if it had the strongest defense. The faces of the 3 Ancestor Realm experts changed as they looked at the golden barrier. Their cold gazes swept across the area. Zichen didn't know what was going on inside the light shield, nor did he know why a golden light shield would appear when his life was in danger. After the Taikai diagram struck, Elder Hiroshi had already fallen into a deep slumber. It couldn't be him. Moreover, even if Elder Hiroshi was awake, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 3 ancestral masters. The golden light was also dazzling, but it was different from the energy in his body. His golden energy was lightning, and it had a destructive aura. However, this golden energy was hard to describe, but it seemed to be an extreme energy, and it was very sharp. "There's someone behind Zichen." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and it was extremely shocking. "There's someone behind Zichen in the light shield. There's another person behind Zichen." Someone else exclaimed, obviously shocked by the anomaly. After that, a series of exclamations sounded. Everyone saw the figure that appeared behind Zichen. Previously, they only vaguely saw a golden figure, but they didn't say anything because they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, at this moment, they really saw a person. Everyone's face changed. Apart from the 3 Ancestor Realm experts, there was another person. Obviously, this person had blocked the attack for Zichen. "I didn't come here in vain. It's a good show. It's just that the supporting characters are too shameless. They can be considered as the most shameless group in the world." An indifferent voice resounded throughout the square, spreading throughout Tsangli City. Like a heavy blow to their hearts, everyone's mind was shaken. At this moment, everyone in Tsangli City heard this voice. "Ancestral Master. It's definitely an Ancestral Master." Everyone's face changed. Another Ancestral Master had appeared. Fortunately, this Ancestral Master seemed to be on Zichen's side this time. The golden light shield disappeared. Zichen was still standing in the air, as if there was a ball of energy supporting him. At the same time, a white figure appeared behind Zichen. It was a man in snow-white robes that were untainted by even a speck of dust. He had a heroic bearing as he appeared behind Zichen. A pair of deep eyes swept across the 3 ancestral masters, filled with ridicule and disdain. This man who appeared out of thin air had extraordinary strength. Obviously, the golden light shield from before was created by him. It actually blocked the ancestral master's attack. Although it wasn't his full strength, it was still something to be proud of. Zichen turned his head and looked at the man in white from a close distance. He was very young, probably not more than 30 years old. However, he had the strength of an ancestral master. It was incredible. A faint golden light was emitted from the young man's body. This golden light was the same as the energy from before. Zichen knew that this person had saved him. "Where did you come from, scoundrel? How dare you sneak attack me?" Before Zichen could express his gratitude, a cold voice sounded. Wu Rushan, the martial ancestor, glared at the young man as a cold aura emanated from his body. At this moment, all the major forces in the southern region were looking at the man in white. However, they were shocked to find that this was not someone they knew. This was a new face. He was not from the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities. "Scoundrel, how dare you sneak attack us? How dare you?" The Kang family's expert also shouted, his eyes cold. The previous attacks from the 3 of them weren't powerful, so they weren't afraid of this young man at all. "Scoundrel, haha, what a beautiful title. Not bad." The young man faintly smiled. His voice spread throughout the entire Tsangli city. He disdainfully glanced at the 2 of them and said, "I am a scoundrel if I act in the dark." "Then what about the 2 of you? You have repeatedly broken your promise and bullied the weak. A dignified inner core stage actually dares to attack a true chi stage brat." The young man sneered, should this be called shameless or shameless? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. This young man was indeed domineering. He said that the major forces were shameless. "Presumptuous. Where did you come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in Tsangli City?" The Li family's expert shouted, taking a step forward. A tyrannical aura surged, rushing towards the white-robed man like a tide. The white-robed man stood there as if he was the only one in the world. His head touched the sky and his feet touched the ground. The terrifying energy dissipated silently before it could reach him. Does Zhongli City specialize in producing shameless people? The white-robed man's expression didn't change. He still had a faint sneer. The mysterious white-robed man was powerful. As soon as he appeared, he showed his domineering side and said that the major forces were shameless. To think that all of you are considered experts of a region. How dare you treat a little fellow like this? Not only are you constantly pressuring him, you've also repeatedly misspoken. Truly shameless to the extreme. If you still have any face left, I believe that your face is thicker than the walls of this place. The white-robed man wasn't polite at all. His voice shook the entire Zhongli City. Everyone heard it clearly, and countless people were paying attention. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to curse the Zhongli family in Zhongli City. Bastard, who do you think you are to behave atrociously in Zhongli City? What do you think this is? Is this your own backyard? Just at this moment, a shout rang out. It was one of the Li family's experts. He had been injured by the mace and was hiding in the distance. Upon seeing their sect master, the expression on his face turned ugly as he spoke. The white-robed man looked at the other party with a faint smile on his face. He said softly, "You're from the Li clan, right?" "Correct. This is the territory of my Li family," said the Li family's expert proudly. "Very good." The white-robed man nodded. "It's a bit like a fox borrowing the might of a tiger and a dog relying on its master's power." "You." The Li family's expert's expression instantly changed. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the white-robed man. "A fox borrowing the might of a tiger and a dog relying on its master's power. Relying on your great power, you went back on your word and even used your family's face as a guarantee. But you still went back on your word and didn't even care about your face. What's the point of living in this world? This kind of shameless behavior is simply an insult to all cultivators in the Tianwu continent." The white-robed man seemed very emotional. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the Li family's expert. A golden light flashed, like a golden lightning, directly rushing toward the Li family's expert. There was no energy flow, no aura surging. It was just a golden light. Pop! But this golden light pierced through the Li family's expert's forehead and destroyed his spiritual sense. The latter's eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. Bang! The corpse fell on the square, splashing a lot of smoke and dust. A powerful Li family's expert was actually killed with a single finger. He killed a Li family's expert with a single finger. This is too frightening. What is the background of this white-robed man? He actually killed Yukong with a single finger. Moreover, he killed Yukong of the Li family in Zhongli City. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the majestic white-robed figure in disbelief. He had only appeared for a short time, and in the time it took to say a few words, he had already scolded the great powers for being shameless. Then, he immediately attacked and killed a person. Clean and swift, arrogant and domineering. Zi Chen was dumbfounded as well. This unknown expert was too strong for him to handle. "Bastard, you dare to attack in Zhongli City?" At this time, the Li family's ancestor reacted and was furious. Zhongli City, a place that specializes in producing shameless people, is it very big? The white-robed man seemed very calm after killing a Li family's expert with a single finger. The sneer on his face was still there. It was just one sentence, but it left everyone speechless. Is Zhongli City not big? Southern region, one of the 7 great cities, 3 great sects. Chapter 279. The mysterious man in white was extremely powerful. He killed a Yukong with one finger, and it was a Yukong who had the potential to reach the ancestor level. At the same time, he was domineering. The moment he appeared, he scolded the major forces for being shameless. At this moment, he was standing in the air with a calm expression. There was always a sneer on his face. He did not put Zhongli City in his eyes at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the real domineering aura. Domineering, This is the real domineering aura. In the crowd, whispers could be heard from time to time. The major forces were very arrogant before. They went back on their words time and time again. Even the oath was useless. They were arrogant and shameless. Finally, a fierce person appeared and scolded them. Damn it. The Li family's Grandmaster-level expert was enraged. As a Grandmaster-level existence, he was the strongest and most powerful. This was his own home, but now he was being humiliated by others. His family's Yukong, who had potential, was killed. This was simply a slap to his face. Boom. He took a step forward. Red light flashed around his body. Red energy gathered on his palm and blasted down. It was like a burning flame, forming a giant energy hand and pressing down. A terrifying aura rippled. This was the attack of an ancestor-level warrior. It was powerful and terrifying. Even the space could not withstand it and was shattered. It's just a palm print. The man in white smiled faintly. He stood in place without moving. His body emitted a faint golden light. He raised his hand and hit the air. The golden energy condensed in the air and turned into a palm print, going against the sky. Bang! The red palm print did not fall. It was directly smashed into pieces by the golden palm print. The fiery red energy scattered in all directions like raging flames. A huge black hole appeared in the space and swallowed the flames. The man in white's expression did not change. He still had a faint sneer on his face. However, the Li family warrior's expression changed. His eyes were dignified. After one attack, he did not gain the upper hand. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. This is your strength. The man in white smiled and said sarcastically, "You are not strong, yet you are so shameless. You have repeatedly argued with a junior. You don't even care about your face. How dare scum like you call yourself a major force?" The surroundings were silent. No one dared to speak. Even the Li family warrior did not gain the upper hand. Obviously, the opponent was very strong. As for Yu Fei of the great families, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. The bloody corpses on the ground were the result of talking too much. 10,000 years ago, the Wuji sect was so domineering. They were the overlords of the southern region. The white-robed man's voice became cold for the first time, and there was a trace of disappointment in it. But now, the everlasting sect is gone, and you barbarians call yourselves a large power. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and you're both ignorant and shameless. It wasn't easy for a genius to appear, but you want to join forces to suppress him. You don't even care about your face anymore. Could it be that the face of a large power can't compare to a genius? The white-robed man's mood was somewhat agitated, as if he was teaching his grandson a lesson. His voice spread throughout the entire Tsangli city. Yukong did not dare to answer, but he did not plan to let these Yukong go. "You are from the Kang family, right?" The white-clothed man looked at the Kang family's Yukong. The Kang family's Yukong's expression changed, but at this moment, there were at least tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looking at him. He naturally could not admit defeat, so he said coldly, "Yes, I am Kang." "Enough, as long as you are from the Kang family. I have seen your shamelessness before." "Very good, it has reached the extreme. You even sold the face of your ancestor. It's fine if you don't care about your face, but you don't even care about your ancestor's face." The white-robed man's mouth was full of sarcasm again. The Kang family's Yukong felt that something was wrong. He looked at the other party with extreme fear. At this moment, he saw the other party pointing out a finger. The golden energy appeared again like a bolt of lightning, but there was no energy aura surging. It was like an ordinary golden light. The Kang family's Yukong's expression changed. It was this golden light that killed the Li family's experts before. Light flickered around his body, and he was ready to retreat to avoid this attack. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The Kang family's patriarch had already made his move. He had already predicted that the white-robed man would kill him, so he waved his hand and attacked. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed a destructive attack. The space collapsed because of it, and the destructive aura spread towards the golden light. The golden lightning was only a finger wide, like a golden finger sword. There was no energy flowing around it, but it passed through the terrifying attack without any resistance. It flew towards the Kang family's Yukong's forehead. In an instant, a soft sound was heard, and a flower of blood bloomed between his eyebrows. The Kang family's Yukong's face was filled with shock. He fell to the ground, and the golden lightning pierced through his forehead. Another Zephyr died. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the sound of breathing had been reduced to the minimum. 2 flight masters from the Kang and Li clans had died. The eyes of the 2 elders were spitting fire. A thick killing intent filled the air. The atmosphere in the air was very oppressive. No one dared to touch the bad luck at this moment. Many people even held their breaths. Kang family, Li family, who would be next? The martial ancestor or the Chu family? Everyone's eyes were wide open, but their hearts were filled with anticipation. The shamelessness of the 4 families was still fresh in their minds, and they were extremely unhappy. Now that they saw 2 Yukong being killed, they were extremely happy. So domineering. Zichen's eyes were shining. This was power. With power, everything could be achieved. Those despicable faces from before were nothing in the face of great power. If he had such power, who would dare to go back on their words in front of him? Boom. Boom. A loud sound exploded in the sky. The 2 patriarchs were finally enraged. Their eyes were spitting fire as they struck out at the same time. Terrifying energy flowed, and a large area of the void began to explode. 2 destructive energies were sent towards the man in white. You've gone too far. The patriarchs were furious. Killing in front of them in front of their own home was a slap in the face. Compared to the other party, what Zichen did was nothing. Moreover, the death of a talented Yukong made their hearts ache. They were so angry that they did not hesitate to join forces. Facing the attacks of the 2 Yukong, the man in white's expression did not change. He still had a faint smile on his face. A golden light flew out from his finger and landed on Zichen. The latter felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Then, he raised his hand and struck out 2 palms. The void vibrated, and 2 golden palms rose into the sky. There was still no energy flowing, but there was a terrifying power. Boom. Boom. The golden palms rose into the sky and instantly shattered the 2 terrifying energies. The destructive energy rippled and finally entered the crack in the void. Everyone was dumbfounded. They once again witnessed the power of the man in white. This time, he did not retreat even though he was fighting 1 against 2. The faces of the 2 sect masters turned extremely ugly. After a simple exchange of blows, they could feel how difficult it was to deal with the white-clothed man. Their gazes landed on Wu Rushan. Obviously, the 3 of them were planning to join forces because this white-clothed man was too strange. There was a sense of strangeness in his mysteriousness. He was unknown before, but when he appeared, he was so powerful. You are one of martial ancestors' men, right? After repelling the 2 attacks, the man in white looked at martial ancestor Yukong. He's going to kill again. This is the rhythm before the killing. Everyone was full of anticipation. The major forces were finally going to pay a heavy price for their previous shamelessness. Although no one said anything, they were very happy. Of course, this included Zichen. Martial ancestor Yukong was startled. His face was very ugly. He did not know whether to answer or not to answer at this moment. Just as he was hesitating, the man in white said, "You are scared out of your wits. Not only are you shameless, but you are also a despicable person. You bet on the reputation of martial ancestor for thousands of years, and you still dare to go back on your words. You are an insult to the southern region and an insult to the Wuji sect from 10,000 years ago." The man in white had obviously been there the whole time. He had seen the shameless actions of the major forces from beginning to end. With that, he pointed out with his finger again. Golden energy appeared in the form of lightning and flew towards the martial arts grandmaster like a bolt of lightning. "You are courting death." Wu Rushan moved at this moment. He had already grasped the rhythm of killing. He threw out a palm, and a destructive aura surged. The destruction palm appeared. At the same time, the other 2 old men also moved. The two of them represented the Kang and Li families and launched a terrifying attack. The world was destroyed once again. No one could figure out why the void, which had not been destroyed for thousands of years, was being destroyed again and again today. 3 frightening attacks descended from the sky and landed on the golden lightning. Wherever they passed, a large area of space was shattered. With a bang sound, the golden lightning was shattered into pieces. "Haha, you are only SOSO. Wu Rushan laughed. The man in white had always been very strong, which made him very cautious. However, after the 3 of them joined hands and destroyed the strange golden lightning, their confidence was off the charts. "How dare you behave so atrociously in Kangli City? We will make you pay. You insulted the major forces and the Kang and Li families. From now on, there will be no place for you in the southern region." The 2 elders were also very strong. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and killing intent filled the air. They thought that they had figured out the opponent's strength and were confident that they could keep him here. Pop, however, in the next moment, a light sound was heard. A bloody hole appeared in between the eyebrows of martial ancestor. Blood flowed out. His eyes lost focus, and then he fell down. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had clearly seen the golden lightning disappear, but when did the bloody hole appear in between Yukong's eyebrows? This was a very strange scene. Even the ancestor-level experts did not notice it. Zichen had been looking at the man in white. He did not know whether he was a friend or a foe. Was he really going to protect him, or was he also interested in his extreme martial arts? At the same time, he also saw that the man had shot out 2 golden lightning bolts, one after the other. However, they only destroyed one of them. However, why did they not notice the other one? This made Zichen very confused. The 3 of them were no longer calm. Killing intent flashed in their eyes, but the man in white did not care about them. He looked at Yukong of the Chu family. "You are from the Chu family, right?" Chapter 280. "You're from the Chu family, right?" The man in white's words made the Chu family cultivator's heart tremble. The man in white had said the same thing before. He didn't know whether to answer or not. Cold sweat appeared on the Chu family cultivator's forehead. He was terrified. The dignity of the Chu family cannot be violated, right? The man in white smiled faintly. No. The Chu family cultivator shook his head and put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He was in the air and was strong. However, the stronger he was, the more he cherished his life. He didn't want to die. At least, he didn't want to be slaughtered to death. "What do you think about Zichen?" the man in white asked. "He didn't kill him. He. The strong cultivator of the Chu clan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His brain was working at full speed as he said, "They deserve to die. They're not strong enough, they deserve to die. As for the grudges between the young people, it's better to let them settle it." Zichen has already shown his unparalleled battle prowess. After speaking, the Chu family cultivator felt like he was about to collapse. He felt that all the strength in his body had disappeared. "Not bad. You're very insightful. I'll let you go today." The man in white smiled. "Thank you." The Chu family cultivator showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Although he was alive, he had lost his dignity as a cultivator. It was completely different from the coldness he showed when facing Zichen. The way everyone looked at him changed. Previously, when he faced Zichen, the other party was cold and arrogant, as if he was a man of ice. He had declared that the dignity of the Chu clan was not to be infringed upon. However, now that he was facing the white-robed man, his face had completely changed. He's also someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. What does he mean by the dignity of the Chu family could not be violated? He's arrogant and domineering when he sees the weak. When he sees the strong, he hides like a turtle. What a villain. There were whispers in the crowd. Obviously, many people were unhappy. They felt that the man in white should have killed the Chu family cultivator. Such an untrustworthy villain deserved to die. Moreover, he was shameless before. It was disgusting. The man in white turned his head and looked at Zichen. During this time, he did not look at the 3 sect masters. Do you understand now? The white-clothed man looked at Zi Chen, and there was a trace of affection in his eyes. Although Zi Chen's talent wasn't very high, he was very smart. He naturally understood the white-clothed man's words. Nodding, Zi Chen said, "Senior, thank you for saving my life and giving me pointers." The white-robed man didn't kill the experts of the Chu clan because he wanted to let Zi Chen understand that all promises couldn't compare to strength. Don't place your hopes on someone else. Fate should always be in your own hands. At the same time, Zi Chen vaguely guessed that the white-clothed man was going to tell him, "Participating in this meeting and gambling with your life is a mistake. It would be better to enter the mountains and forests and cultivate alone. Although this is difficult, your life is guaranteed. You and I are fated. There's no need to call me senior." It wasn't easy for another Tian Qi expert to appear in the southern region. "I can't let him die so early. In the future, you can call me uncle," said the white-clothed man. "Uncle." Zi Chen looked at the white-clothed man who was ridiculously strong, but who seemed to be only a few years older than him. Such an expert actually wanted Zi Chen to call him uncle? Correct. According to seniority, according to relationship, according to age, you have to call me uncle, said the white-clothed man with a smile. This time, it was a smile. There was no longer any mockery or ridicule on his face. Zi Chen was still a bit confused. Why did he suddenly have an uncle? Furthermore, it was based on seniority. What seniority? What relationship? As for age, it was reasonable. Zi Chen had read in ancient books that there were many old monsters who could regain their youthful vigor after cultivating to a certain level. Presumably, this person was one of them. Zi Chen. Just at this moment, a pleasantly surprised and familiar voice rang out from the crowd. The confused Zi Chen was frowning. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a beautiful figure. Her delicate face looked like it was carved from jade. Her cherry lips were slightly opened, as if she was calling out to Zi Chen. Her gentle eyes were also looking at Zi Chen. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. She was a beauty. When she appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. There were many girls present, but there were probably less than 5 who could compete with her. "Meng Yao, why are you here?" Seeing that person, Zi Chen was very surprised. It was actually Su Mengyao. After parting ways in the ruins, Zi Chen hadn't seen her again. Furthermore, she should be in the floating mist sect. Why was she here? At this moment, rays of golden light appeared around Su Mengyao's body. She was dragged into the air by the golden light. She emitted a misty light as she flew towards Zi Chen. "You're from the floating mist sect," guessed Zi Chen. "No, he's my uncle." Su Mengyao went forward and grabbed Zi Chen's hand. "Uncle." Zi Chen was stunned. Since when did Su Mengyao have an uncle? The Supreme Elder only had one son, Su Mengyao's father. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future. For now, you two can go down and wait. I have some things to settle. The white-robed man smiled lovingly. The word couple made Zi Chen feel awkward. Su Mengyao's face turned even redder. She then pulled Zi Chen away. "Sister, she's Su Mengyao, your biggest competitor." Wang Xian'er saw Su Mengyao in the crowd. Su Mengyao's appearance was comparable to hers. At this moment, she was holding hands with Zi Chen. This made Wang Xian'er unhappy. Wang Shan had already told Wang Xian'er everything about Su Mengyao when Su Mengyao appeared. "Sister, her talent is unknown. However, she has obtained an inheritance and will be a demon-like talent in the future. Moreover, she has joined the floating mist sect. Zi Chen's rise is definitely related to her grandfather. The two of them have a good relationship and it's said that they have feelings for each other. There are also rumors that the reason why the martial ancestor is chasing after Zi Chen is because her grandfather gave him a great treasure. Because Wang Shan hated Zi Chen, he wanted to get everything about Zi Chen. Therefore, he had specially asked around about Su Mengyao. Now that he opened his mouth, he didn't stutter at all and explained everything in great detail. "Ch, what feelings for each other?" Wang Xian'er pouted and was a little unhappy. Yes, it's not feelings for each other. I'm wrong, it's nothing. However, sister, She's your biggest competitor. There's another one, there's nothing to be afraid of. Her talent isn't high and she didn't obtain any inheritance. As long as you defeat Su Mengyaro, you'll be the boss and they'll all listen to you. Wang Shan said. Bah, who said that I'm going to marry him? He's dreaming. Even if he wants to marry me, I won't marry him. Wang Xiana spat and blushed immediately. She was shy and acted like a little girl. Sister, look at your blushing face. You're still saying that you don't want to marry Zi Chen. Wang Shan chuckled. However, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. When he turned his head, he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Looking at Wang Qiong's cold eyes, Wang Shan immediately shut his mouth. He lowered his head and stopped talking. Wang Qiong also glared at Wang Xiana fiercely. However, he couldn't do anything about this willful sister of his. As for Wang Shu, he didn't care about this at all. He didn't dare to interfere because he was afraid of being beaten up. Although Wang Xian was young, she was a true demon. Her talent was higher than Wang Qiong's. When they fought in the family, Wang Shu was defeated. At this moment, Su Mengyaro pulled Zi Chen down from the sky and joined Wang Zhenwei and the rest. During this time, the expert from the Qin family took out an elixir pill and fed it to Zi Chen. The elixir pill emitted a strong fragrance. After the expert from the Qin family took it out, everyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary elixir. After Zi Chen consumed it, he could feel his injuries recovering. He knew that it was a rare elixir pill and quickly thanked the expert. You're welcome. It's just an ordinary elixir pill. The expert from the Qin family smiled. At this moment, no one dared to stop Zi Chen and no one showed their shameless side. It was as if everyone had become a good person and a loyal person. Even the old man from the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion had a trace of relief on his deadpan face. The reason was that domineering white-robed man who dared to challenge Zhongli City. A terrifying aura surged in the air. A merciless killing intent filled the air. The four ancestor-level experts faced each other. It seemed like a battle could erupt at any moment. You're from the Floating Mist sect? Wu Rushan asked. His eyes were cold. He hated the people of the Misty sect. His reputation had been completely destroyed by the Misty sect. No. The white-robed man shook his head. A mocking smile appeared on his face once more. From the moment he had appeared, he had been calm and composed. His body emitted a mysterious aura. Furthermore, his strength was unfathomable. Then who are you? Why did you ruin our plans and kill my family's experts? If you can't explain yourself today, you can stay here forever, shouted the expert from the Li family. That's right. This is Zhongli City. No one dares to behave atrociously here, said the expert from the Kang family. You think too highly of yourselves. The Martial Heaven continent is huge, far bigger than you can imagine. A mere Zhongli City? Haha, is it that big? The white-robed man sneered and changed the topic. You said that I ruined your big plan. Could it be that you three old fellows who are about to enter the grave attacked a junior? Such a shameless thing is still a big plan? Sneered the white-robed man. His words were not polite at all. Courting death. Wu Rushan took a step forward, energy surging around him. Rays of light shot out of his finger, and then he pressed down. A huge palm appeared, emitting a destructive aura. He could no longer endure the white-robed man's continuous humiliation. So young, yet so arrogant. Today, let's see if you have a life to come here or not. The expert from the Kang family attacked, using his family's battle skill. All of Zhongli City shook as if an earthquake was occurring. Boundless pressure enveloped the city. Boom. The entire sky was filled with flames. The red light was brilliant, and the temperature was extremely high. Large pitch-black holes were burned out in the void. It was like a rolling fire dragon, and flames fell down from the sky. The Li family's ancestor-level experts had also attacked. Chapter 281. The three sovereigns struck out with terrifying energy attacks. Dazzling and terrifying light filled the sky, shattering the void and falling towards the white-robed man. The terrifying energy rippled in the sky. If the three sovereigns hadn't deliberately suppressed their energy to prevent it from affecting the city below, The energy aura alone would have destroyed half of the city. Even so, the entire Tsangli city was shaking. Cracks appeared on the buildings around the square, and then they collapsed with a loud bang, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Humph! The white-robed man snorted coldly. He stood in the air, his eyes like lightning. The corner of his mouth was still full of disdain. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, like a golden armored god of war. Break! With a loud shout, he raised his hands to the sky and made a gesture of raising the heavens. Rays of dazzling golden light appeared from his hands like sharp blades, piercing people's eyes and making them unable to look directly at them. Then, a terrifying aura appeared, surging violently. This was the first time the man had struck out with energy. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The whole Tsangli city was shaking. Bang! Bang! Around the square, 7 or 8 tall buildings couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded one after another. Debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The terrifying golden light hadn't been struck yet, but it was already so powerful. It was shocking. Under the heaven-raising momentum, the white-robed man's hands shook, and the dazzling golden light went against the sky. With an extremely sharp aura, it collided with the 3 sovereigns' attacks. Boom! There was a loud tremor, as if Xingchen had collided, causing the Tsangli city to shake violently. This time, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Many buildings collapsed, and more than half of the people in the city fell down. Many people were even knocked unconscious by the loud tremor. This was only a small amount of energy, but it was already so powerful. Once all of the energy was released, Tsangli city would probably be destroyed. The collision of energy was like a blooming firework, blooming a dazzling light and erupting a terrifying aura. The space was silently shattered and annihilated. The white-robed man's attack blocked the 3 sovereigns' attacks. This is the ultimate energy. Wu Rushan's face changed dramatically. He was shocked to see the ultimate energy again. Moreover, it was in existence at the level of an ancestral master. The other party's strength wasn't much stronger than his, but he had the ability to fight against 3 people at once. Extreme energy. The faces of the patriarchs of the Kang and Li families changed drastically. They had once again seen the ultimate energy. Previously, the 3 of them had attacked with their full strength, but it had been neutralized by the other party. In this world, only the ultimate energy could have such power. Extreme energy was a type of energy that had been cultivated to the peak and produced a mutation, just like Zichen's extreme yin lightning and extreme yang lightning. Moreover, experts who cultivated ultimate energy could almost sweep away those of the same level. Their battle prowess was unparalleled. Just look at Zichen. Who are you? Why are you here? The Li clan cultivator frowned. A Grandmaster-level cultivator with ultimate energy naturally had an extraordinary background. It was even more impossible for him to be a rogue cultivator, because rogue cultivators would not be able to nurture an extreme master-level expert, because the consumption of extreme energy was astronomical. You can call me Su Long. As for my purpose, one is to teach you shameless people a lesson, and the other is to kill this old ghost. The white-clothed man said his name for the first time. He was tall and sturdy, like a giant. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and a crazy killing intent appeared, sweeping towards Wu Rushan. Kill me. Wu Rushan was stunned and confused. He had no enmity with the other party, so why would he want to kill him? Then, he felt his whole body turn cold, and his hands and feet went numb. Being targeted by an expert with ultimate energy was much more terrifying and dangerous than being targeted by the drifting mist cultivator. Su Long the Kang and Li clan cultivators frowned. Clearly, they had never heard of this clan. What enmity do you have with me? You actually want to kill me? Wu Rushan's expression was ugly. Looking at Su Long, his eyes were full of fear. The enmity of killing my father, brother, and sister-in-law. Su Long's voice became even colder. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and golden light flashed around him as he rushed towards Wu Rushan. Nonsense! Wu Rushan roared and struck out with his palm. The shattering palm was one of the most terrifying shattering battle techniques. It represented destruction, and when practiced to a high level, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. Peng! Su Long's body flashed with golden light. As his palm landed, a large amount of golden light scattered. The terrifying golden light circulated, and directly shattered the palm print. Wu Rushan's expression changed greatly, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, he shouted at the other two, "What are you guys waiting for?" He said that on purpose. He wants to defeat us one by one. I don't even know him. Mph, Su Mengyaro is my niece. The Grand Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor is my father. My brother and sister-in-law died at the hands of your martial ancestor more than 20 years ago. Su Long revealed the truth, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The golden light around him surged, and he once again rushed towards Wu Rushan. Martial dominates the world. Wu Rushan shouted. Facing an expert with extreme energy, ordinary killing techniques were useless. At this moment, he directly used his killing technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Rushan's aura changed, and his eyes became even colder. He was like a giant looking down at Su Long. He raised his palm and pointed at Su Long, and said majestically, "Die." Like a life reaper, a terrifying energy circulated, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that crushed towards Su Long, and Su Long's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with disdain. The golden light around him flashed again, and became even more dazzling. Moreover, the speed of his aura increasing was much faster than Wu Rushan's. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he also pointed at Wu Rushan. Peng! Blood splattered, and a scream rang out. Wu Rushan quickly retreated. His right hand was deformed, and there was a bloody hole in his palm. Su Long's powerful attack had directly injured him. Wu Rushan's hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone crazy. He felt a pressure from Su Long that far surpassed drifting mists. Moreover, Su Long's killing intent had risen, and he clearly did not want to let him go. With a roar, he once again rushed towards Su Long Peng. Large amounts of golden light scattered, and like sharp blades, they landed on Wu Rushan's body. The latter was once again sent flying, and there were many wounds on his body, but none of them hit his vital points. This should have been a fatal attack, but he dodged it, and only suffered superficial wounds. However, this was enough to shock the world. A master-level expert was actually suppressed like this. Moreover, Su Long's performance was very calm. Obviously, he had not used his full strength. The two were not at the same level at all. This is extreme energy. It is said to be invincible in the same level. Wang Zhenwei and the others looked at Su Long in the air, and their eyes changed. No matter how much of a genius you are, if you don't have extreme energy, you will still be suppressed in the same level. The onlookers had already retreated to the outside of the square, watching from afar. Seeing Wu Rushan being beaten back again and again, they were extremely shocked. Then, everyone seemed to have thought of something, and their gazes landed on Zi Chen. Zi Chen had two types of extreme energy, and they had already merged, so he did not explode. What would happen if he grew up? In a daze, everyone seemed to have merged Zi Chen's shadow with Su Long's shadow. If Zi Chen did not die and successfully grew up, then in a few years, he would be another Su Long, and very likely be stronger than Su Long. At that time, perhaps Zi Chen could kill someone like Wu Rushan with a single blow. Potential. Seeing Su Long, everyone saw Zi Chen's unlimited potential. Everyone's eyes became fervent, and they could not wait to bring Zi Chen back and nurture him, even if it would cost a lot. Uncle was taken away when he was young, and he only met my father a few times. Grandfather also rarely mentioned him. As if thinking of her family, Su Mengyaro sobbed in Zi Chen's arms. Uncle did not appear for decades. Grandfather thought that he was dead, and only occasionally missed him. He always said that it would be better if he did not let him go. Zi Chen gently patted Su Mengyao's back, comforting her. Puff! In mid-air, blood splattered, and Wu Rushan was beaten back again. Su Long, on the other hand, looked very calm, and slowly walked over. You! Wu Rushan wanted to say something, but before he could, he coughed out blood. His expression was extremely awkward, and it was a sharp contrast to his previous arrogant look. Su Long flew over, his white robe fluttering, and his body emitted a golden light. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you shameless enough? Now, I will send you on your way. His voice was calm, but his eyes were cold, and his killing intent was dense. He opened his mouth and said that he would kill an ancestor. This powerful strength made people dizzy. Indeed, there was always someone stronger. There was always a mountain higher than the mountain. When the ancestor appeared, he suppressed Zichen to the point that he could not breathe or speak. He was like a high and mighty god, judging Zichen. But now, Su Long's appearance had beaten Wu Rushan like a drowning dog, and he was in an extremely awkward situation. Su Long lightly struck forward with his palm, but it was accompanied by a golden light that filled the sky. A terrifying palm imprint appeared, bringing with it a dense killing intent. Stop! At this moment, the experts of the Kang and Li families finally reacted, and one after another, they rushed forward and launched a destructive attack. Peng! With a loud explosion, the three of them were sent flying at the same time, and their eyes were filled with horror. It was indeed ultimate energy. It was said that his combat strength was unparalleled, and he could easily fight against 3 people. This is Kang Li City. How dare you behave so atrociously here? The expert of the Li family shouted coldly. Killing in Kang Li City is challenging the dignity of the Kang family. The expert of the Kang family was not to be outdone. This was their own home. If Wu Rushan was killed, they would not be able to answer to the martial ancestor. Chapter 282. Su Long was very strong, and his strength was even more powerful. In Tsangli City, he dared to threaten to kill the experts of the Tsangli and Tsangli families. Swoosh! The entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. It was as if numerous sharp blades were descending. They were sharp and terrifying. Even the void was pierced with numerous large holes. Peng! The powerful attack of the Kang family expert was directly destroyed. His heart suffered a heavy blow, and he flew out, coughing up blood. Ah! The expert from the Li clan shouted. His body emitted a dazzling red light. Boundless flames appeared, filling the heavens and earth with terrifying heat. They swept towards Su Long. Although it was not Li fire, it was still a terrifying flame. Su Long's attack was simple and direct. A golden palm print fell, carrying an extreme aura, hitting the flame. Boom! The huge flame was directly smashed into small sparks by the palm print. It instantly shattered and dissipated as the space healed. The Li family expert was also sent flying, coughing up blood. Old thing, die! Su Long stepped in the air like a giant. Every step he took could cause the world to tremble. Looking at Wu Rushan, whose hair was disheveled and was covered in blood, Su Long's eyes were filled with killing intent. Destroy! Wu Rushan roared, revealing his madness. Terrifying energy was emitted from his body. At this moment, Wu Rushan's figure could no longer be seen. Only a big black hole could be seen, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a huge mouth of the netherworld. The netherworld's black hole was filled with a destructive aura. The terrifying Su Long forced Wu Rushan to use his strongest attack. Boom! The void shook violently. In all directions, the space shattered like a mirror. It was pitch black and merged with Wu Rushan. Go to hell! Wu Rushan roared and hit the strongest attack of his destruction technique. A black hole appeared, as deep as the abyss, like a passage to the netherworld. It emitted a strange and terrifying aura, wanting to devour Su Long. Interesting. Su Long's face was a little surprised. His expression was slightly dignified. Then, a bright golden light filled the sky. It was like a golden sun hanging high in the sky. Not far away, there was a huge black hole that wanted to devour the sun. Rumble. The black hole advanced, and thunderous booms rang out unceasingly, deafening to the ears. Very soon, it arrived before Su Long, wanting to devour him by force. However, Su Long did not dodge. He stood in the air as if he was fixed in place. Golden light shone brightly. The powerful suction force of the black hole could not move him at all. Everyone was stunned. Su Long's strength was indeed terrifying. Ah! Wu Rushan roared again. His disheveled hair was stained with blood, and blood was oozing out of his 7 orifices. He was using the last bit of his strength to control the black hole and devour Su Long. It's just a black hole. Today, I'll let you see how light can break through darkness. Su Long sneered and stretched out his right hand. Golden light flashed, and in the next moment, a huge palm print appeared, emitting a dazzling golden light. A palm print that was dozens of meters wide descended, grabbing towards the black hole. The golden and black energies continuously clashed, giving off a destructive aura. Break! Su Long roared and clenched his fist. In the next moment, the golden palm also clenched, releasing a terrifying energy. The huge black hole was grabbed by the palm and distorted before finally exploding with a loud bang. Puff! As the black hole shattered, Wu Rushan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler, and his eyes were filled with despair. Although both sides were at the same level, the difference in strength was too great. Everyone was shocked. Su Long's combat strength was too strong. He could suppress those at the same level. He was indeed unparalleled in combat strength. Oh my god, even a Grandmaster-level existence can fight 1 against 3. This is unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. Some people thought of Zi Chen. With 2 types of extreme energy, what would his future be like? Swoosh! At this moment, a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. With a dense killing intent, it rushed towards Su Long's forehead. Clang! Between Su Long's fingers, golden light shone. Every finger seemed to be made of pure gold, blocking the terrifying attack of the sword light. It was a palm-sized sword with a terrifying aura flowing on its surface. However, at this moment, it was in Su Long's hand. Spiritual weapon. Seeing the small sword in his hand, Su Long curled his lips. His eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Wu Rushan and said, "You're still using a spiritual weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Rushan's pale face immediately turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. The southern region was lacking in resources. It was easier said than done to forge an elixir weapon. This was also the reason why he did not use a weapon from the beginning of the battle. Bang! But who would have thought that the spiritual weapon would be broken by Su Long's 2 fingers in the next moment? The spiritual power in it was completely lost, and it fell to the ground. Wu Rushan's heart was bleeding. Even if it was a spiritual weapon, it had cost him a lot of effort. Moreover, it was about to become an elixir weapon. This place is lacking in resources. It's not easy for a person to come out. It's not easy for a Sky Martial Realm cultivator to appear, but you want to suppress and kill him. Fine, I'll send you on your way today. I'll also leave some resources for the southern region to cultivate the next generation. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Golden light flickered around his body. A huge sword that was more than 10 meters long appeared. It emitted a bright golden light and slashed towards Wu Rushan. The sword was powerful and terrifying. Its speed was faster than lightning. Puff! Red light flickered and blood splashed. An arm fell down from the sky. Wu Rushan had blocked the fatal attack, but his arm was cut off. Ah! Wu Rushan screamed. Blood spurted out from the broken arm. This scene happened too fast. He did not have time to react. All his dodging was a subconscious action. Su Long, this is Tsangli City. The 2 sovereign-level experts were furious. They rushed forward again. They were really afraid that Wu Rushan would be killed in the next moment. At that time, Tsangli City would not be able to raise its head. Su Long did not look back. Golden light rippled around his body. As he waved his big sleeve, a terrifying aura flowed. It was like a surging wave, flickering with golden light. Puff! Puff! But under the golden light, the 2 quickly retreated. Facing Su Long, who had unparalleled fighting strength, who could do anything, the 2 vomited blood and became dispirited. The difference in strength was not big, but the 2 sovereign-level experts were helpless. Puff! Blood flashed once again. Wu Rushan shouted as he dodged frantically. However, one of his arms was still chopped off. A Grandmaster-level existence had actually fallen to such a state. Both of his arms were chopped off. It was truly shocking. But no one sympathized. Many people wished that Su Long could kill Wu Rushan. His previous attitude was still fresh in everyone's mind. He was like a god, doing whatever he wanted and controlling the life and death of others. During this period, the experts of the Zhongli and Zhongli families were beaten back again. They coughed out blood and their injuries were getting worse. Let's invite the family's foundation. After being beaten back time and time again, the patriarchs of the Kang and Li families were really used to sweep the floor. The Kang family's experts turned around and shouted in the direction of their families. If they didn't bring out their trump cards, Wu Rushan would really be killed. His voice spread throughout the entire Zhongli city, causing a huge commotion. Let's invite the family's foundation. Su Long's appearance caused a huge commotion. The Zhongli family's foundation was unexpectedly raised. Exclamations came from the crowd. In the southern region, the foundation of the major forces had not appeared for many years. It had been at least 1,000 years, or even a few thousand years. Even when the drifting mist cultivator went to the martial ancestor, he did not ask the martial ancestor to use their foundation. But this time, Su Long actually brought out the family's foundation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura came from the direction of the Zhongli family. A dazzling light appeared from the Zhongli family and covered the entire Zhongli city with lightning speed. The dazzling light formed a light shield, protecting the Zhongli city. Once the family's foundation was brought out, its power was naturally terrifying. If the defense was not made, the entire Zhongli city would disappear. As soon as the light shield appeared, a violent aura surged. It seemed that something extremely terrifying was about to appear and was brewing. The sky and earth lost their color as the wind and clouds moved. Zhongli city began to tremble violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. A suffocating aura appeared. Boundless killing intent surged, filling the sky and earth. It was almost materialized. A flock of birds flew in the sky, but in an instant, they were pierced through by the killing intent and turned into blood mist. Not even bones were left behind. The huge Zhongli city could accommodate millions of people, but at this moment, it was silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Zhongli family. What exactly was the Zhongli family's foundation? Zi Chen's face was filled with worry. This was the foundation of the family, something that had been shocking for tens of thousands of years. But when he looked at Su Long, the latter only had an indifferent expression with a faint smile on his face. There was only curiosity on his face. Family's foundation, huh? I'm very curious. What exactly is it? At this moment, Su Long's voice sounded. He was still as calm as before, obviously full of confidence. Tunpage, you'll see. I hope that when the time comes, you'll still be alive to laugh. The Zhongli family expert snorted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Boom! The violent heaven and earth shook at this moment. It seemed that a terrifying foundation was about to appear. A terrifying killing intent came from the direction of the Zhongli family. Those who disturb my Zhongli family will be killed. A cold and indifferent voice sounded. There was no emotion in it, and it spread throughout the entire Zhongli city. Interesting. Su Long was still smiling. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. Even the ancestor-level experts trembled at this moment. They felt a chill in their hearts, but Su Long was still calm. Let's invite the Zhongli family's foundation. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was the ancestor-level expert of the Li family. He did not know why, but when he saw the calm smile on Su Long's face, he felt that a single foundation would not be able to destroy him. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. A foundation that had not appeared for thousands of years had appeared. It was enough to shock people, but at this moment, the Li family expert was no longer calm. He actually summoned a foundation of his family. Chapter 283. The Kang family's foundation was about to appear, and the Li family's foundation was about to go berserk. Those who disturb the Li family will die. It was the same tone, almost the same words. It was bone-chilling and filled with boundless killing intent, like a god. Wang. Then, a dazzling light appeared from the Li family. It was also a light shield, protecting Zhongli city. The foundation of the two families appeared, and a light shield couldn't resist the aura of two foundations. Foundation, Both families' foundation is about to appear. 2 hazy light shields appeared, protecting all the people in Tsangli City. Then, the 2 treasures went completely berserk. Even if you reach the peak, you will die today. Wu Rushan lost both of his arms. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He quickly retreated after saying that. What could he do? The killing intent of the foundations was too terrifying. Even the ancestor realm couldn't withstand it. One had to know that the powerful Piaomiao cultivator didn't dare to attack the martial ancestor. It could be imagined how terrifying the foundations were. Once the foundations are out, you will die for sure. The experts of the Kang family also quickly retreated. Once the foundations were out, who could compete? This battle was about to come to an end. Unparalleled battle strength, but you don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. The experts of the Li family also retreated. At this moment, only Su Long was left in the sky. Facing the bone-chilling killing intent, his expression didn't change. His eyes were filled with ridicule and curiosity. Well, I will see what the foundations of the so-called great forces are like today. Su Long was still smiling, full of confidence. Senior, my mace is second only to the foundations. Senior, please use it. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was Liu Mingyong of the Liu family, who raised the mace in his hand. The mace was surrounded by black light, and a terrifying aura was spreading. Well, it's a good weapon. No wonder others are jealous. But I don't need it. Just 2 foundations, they won't dare to do anything to me. Su Long smiled, full of confidence. However, the experts of the Kang family and the Li family felt that his words were harsh. They only sneered in their hearts and didn't refute. The foundations won't dare to do anything to you. They will only kill you. Chimph, reckless fool. Wu Rushan sneered. In the direction of the Kang and Li families, the auras had finally reached their peak. Then, 2 terrifying auras appeared. In the direction of the Kang family, a ray of swordlight appeared. It was like a sword that could support the heavens. As soon as it appeared, it surged with a frenzied killing intent. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and the resplendent swordlight that was several thousand meters long slashed toward Su Long Kai at the same time. A fiery red saber light appeared from the direction of the Li family. Its aura was not weaker than the sword light at all. It instantly cut through the void and slashed toward Su Long with a destructive aura. The moment the sword and saber lights appeared, a frenzied killing intent surged out. The 3 ancestor-level experts retreated continuously, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The space seemed to have solidified. Only the sword light and the saber light were left in the world. They even suppressed Su Long not bad, but it's not enough to be used as a foundation. It seems that after the destruction of the Wuji sect, many of the talents here are gone. Their overall strength is much weaker. It's reasonable that they are called barbarians. The saber light and the sword light appeared at the same time, emitting a frenzied killing intent. They landed on Su Long's head. A strong wind blew, and his white clothes fluttered. Su Long couldn't help but close his eyes. If such an attack landed, he would definitely be killed. At this moment, golden light flashed around Su Long, and something appeared in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, but it was dazzling. The moment it appeared, it was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. What is that? It seems to be a token. What's the use of taking out a token at a time like this? His foundation has descended, and his might is unmatched. Does he really think that a small token will be able to block it? Su Long took out a golden token, which caused waves of exclamations. However, it was not to the extent that they lost their composure. That's gold essence. Oh my God, a palm-sized piece of gold essence. Am I seeing things? That token is made of gold essence. It's completely pure gold essence. Compared to the exclamations of the crowd, Yukong was even more shocked when he saw the token. Gold essence was an extreme material in the world. It was a rare item, and it was also a supreme refining material. The palm-sized diamond in Zi Chen's hand contained gold essence. Under normal circumstances, it could be considered a treasure among treasures. However, without the gold essence, its value would be greatly reduced. However, it could still be controlled with spiritual sense. Obviously, the gold essence had not disappeared completely. It could be considered a treasure. However, the token in Su Long's hand was completely made of gold essence. Its value was immeasurable, and it was a sacred item for refining. In the entire southern region, even if all the treasures of all the forces were taken out, they might not be able to gather such a large piece of gold essence. However, such a sacred item for refining was actually made into a useless token. This made Yukong feel ashamed. Even the three sovereigns were heartbroken. This was simply a waste of heaven's treasure. It was also at this moment that Su Long's identity was revealed. He was an outsider from the southern region. He was not a native. As for Su Mengyao's uncle, no one believed him at all. If there was such a person in the Su family, they would have become a powerful force long ago. Buzz. The token appeared in his hand. Without needing to be activated, it released a bright golden light. Then, with a faint smile on his face, Su Long threw the token out. The resources are severely lacking. Don't tell me you can't even recognize it. Su Long was still smiling. If one looked closely, they would see some sweat on his forehead. Obviously, his heart was not as calm as he looked. The token flew into the air, shining with golden light. It grew in the wind and instantly became 2 meters long. It was like a shield, blocking in front of Su Long. The sword light that pierced through the sky and the blade light that annihilated the world fell. Such a terrifying attack was naturally unable to be blocked by a mere token. However, a very strange thing happened. When the sword light and blade light arrived before the token, it was as if a body freezing technique had been used. They both stopped in the air above the token. The Martial Heaven Alliance's Tianwu token. You're actually a Tianwu expert? A cold voice rang out from the Kang family. That voice was filled with shock and surprise. Martial Heaven Alliance, Tianwu expert. At the same time, the Li family's icy voice was no longer calm. It seems you really do recognize it. Su Long smiled. The sweat on his forehead had disappeared at some unknown time. Martial Heaven Alliance, Tianwu expert. Everyone was startled when they heard that voice. They didn't know what it meant. At the same time, some people noticed that there was writing on the token. That was an ancient writing. They could vaguely make out the words Martial Heaven Alliance. As for what was on the other side, no one could see. Martial Heaven Alliance, Tianwu expert. Just as everyone was discussing this, Wu Rushan's expression changed. His eyes were wide with shock as he exclaimed, "You're the Tianwu expert that was taken away 100 years ago. You're Su Long." 100 years ago, an extremely shocking matter had occurred in the southern region. It had shaken the 7 great cities and the 3 great sects. A Tianwu expert had appeared in the southern region. That expert's talent was outstanding, and he had been taken away from the southern region. At that time, that matter had caused a huge commotion. Tianwu expert, Martial Heaven Alliance, Martial Heaven Continent. When all these unrelated words were put together, they formed a terrifying superpower. That power spanned across the entire Martial Heaven continent. Compared to the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Grand Kang Li city and the Kang Li family weren't even a hair on the back of 9 oxen. The difference between the two was like the 9th layer of heaven versus the 18th layer of hell. It's you. So it's you. You actually came back alive. The experts from the Kang and Li families were also extremely shocked. They naturally knew what happened back then, because this matter was just too shocking. Finally, someone was going to leave the southern region and adventure in the outside world. Furthermore, someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance had come to receive him. His future accomplishments would be limitless. Following Wu Rushan's startled cry, the other 2 ancestor-level experts also recalled this matter. Back then, quite a few powers had tried to curry favor with the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they hadn't even seen their shadow. All they had seen was the young Su Long. Over 100 years had passed since then, and everyone had long since forgotten about that Tianwu expert. The Martial Heaven Alliance had clearly said that they would undergo a dangerous trial. If they couldn't pass, they would die. The death rate was very high. Su Long had never appeared, and gradually, everyone forgot about this matter. After 100 years, Su Long had become a Zhengkong expert, and the Nimbus martial ancestor had been destroyed. No one had expected Su Long to appear at this time. Su Long was over 100 years old, but he looked like a young man who hadn't even reached 30. It was normal that no one remembered him. It's him. Wang Junwei's expression changed. He had clearly also heard about Su Long Tianwu expert. Just now, he said that Zi Chen is also a Tianwu expert. Suddenly, Wang Junwei's expression changed. He looked at Zi Chen with disbelief. At this time, he saw that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of gazes focused on Zi Chen. Su Long had said Tian Qi layer twice in a row, but no one understood what that meant. At that moment, a voice in the dark said that Su Long was a Tian Qi layer cultivator. Then, they remembered that Su Long had also said that Zi Chen was a Tian Qi layer cultivator. Wu Rushan's face was completely pale. Once the Tianwu medallion appeared, who would dare to move? Who would dare to kill him? You're actually still alive, muttered Wu Rushan, despair on his face. Of course I'm not dead, but you won't be able to live, said Su Long. This is Kang Li City. You can't kill him. That cold voice rang out once more. It belonged to the Kang family's hidden expert. The Li family's expert didn't say anything, but he clearly meant the same thing. He's definitely going to die. As for them, I can spare their lives. Su Long glanced at Wu Rushan, then at the other two celestials. No, Wu Rushan can't die, repeated the hidden voice. He's definitely going to die. What? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you on the spot and destroy your corpse? Threatened the hidden voice. If I die, Kang Li City will disappear in 3 days, said Su Long indifferently. P.S. I don't understand. In the last few days, other people's scores have skyrocketed, but mine is still average. Could it be that other people only subscribe at the end of the month? Then have any friends who haven't subscribed to the Thunder Martial Arts yet? Do you really have the heart to see the hard work I put in for a month get overtaken by someone else in just 2 days? Chapter 284. The Martial Heaven Alliance could be said to be a colossus. The southern region's powers were unable to imagine just how big it was. It was like they didn't understand why they had to refine gold into tokens. What kind of waste was that? You had to ask what kind of power the Martial Heaven Alliance was. No one could answer that question, not even Su Long. But you had to ask what kind of people were in the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then someone would tell you that the core members were a group of celestials. They were said to have the greatest talent, the most terrifying combat power, and the greatest killing power. In the face of the Kang and Li family's threats, Su Long's expression didn't change. He didn't even frown. All he said was that within 3 days of his death, Kang Li City would be destroyed. The distant cultivators were in an uproar. What is domineering? This is domineering. What is domineering? This is true domineering. Some of the disciples who had always relied on their family's power finally saw what a domineering and domineering existence was like. This kind of method was much more brilliant than theirs. He dared to destroy Kang Li City with a single word. They didn't dare to do that. Su Long's threat caused all the monstrous geniuses to lose their calm. Looking at Su Long, they felt like they were looking at the future Zi Chen. Perhaps in a few decades, when Zi Chen was no longer a match for a power, he would also take out a golden token and throw it into the air. He domineeringly said, "If I die, within 3 days, your family will cease to exist." Zi Chen was a celestial. If he wanted to join the Martial Heaven Alliance, Zi Chen would definitely have a powerful backer. Other than that, a celestial's unparalleled combat power was the thing that truly made people apprehensive. To be able to break through to the ancestor realm, which one of them wasn't a genius? Which one of them wasn't powerful? But such existences had been defeated in just a few exchanges by Su Long. He had killed them as easily as slaughtering a chicken. A celestial. Wu Mo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing. Previously, he wanted to fight with Zi Chen because he felt that Zi Chen was a good opponent. However, after seeing Su Long's strength, he wanted to surpass Zi Chen. Obviously, no one could beat Zi Chen at the same level. Wu Mo might be able to suppress Zi Chen now, but once Zi Chen reached the same level as him, Wu Mo would naturally be suppressed. Wang Qiong was no longer calm. His eyes flickered with an unyielding battle intent. He had to work hard to cultivate. Perhaps his battle prowess could not compare to that of a heaven martial artist, but he could make up for it with the difference in realms. Sky realm cultivators aren't the strongest, murmured a bald monk in the crowd. As for the other monstrous geniuses, those who had previously looked down on Zichen were all like defeated roosters after witnessing Su Long's strength. If nothing unexpected happened, Zichen would leave with Su Long and enter the martial heaven continent. He would be like a dragon entering the sea or an eagle spreading its wings. He would enter his own world, and he would have the powerful backing of the martial heaven alliance. Those monstrous geniuses who had previously looked down on Zichen's status as a rogue cultivator now had complicated feelings. Su Long had given them a glimpse of Zichen's limitless future. Each monstrous genius had a different thought. No one said anything. Even the experts of the Kang family and Li family who were secretly controlling the resources fell silent. Su Long had said that Kang Li City would disappear in 3 days. That was definitely giving them face. If things went wrong, Kang Li City might disappear in just 1 day. The Martial Heaven Alliance was omnipotent. Perhaps in the next moment, a supreme heaven martial artist would appear and destroy Kang Li City. The voice in the dark was silent. Wu Rushan was in despair. Clearly, no one was protecting him. Just at this moment, Su Long's icy gaze landed on him. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. "I'll send you on your way now." "No. I'm one of the martial ancestors' people. If you dare to kill me, the martial ancestor won't let you off," roared Wu Rushan despairingly as he retreated. "I'll make a trip to the martial ancestor," said Su Long. "No. Brother Kang, Brother Li, save me." Wu Rushan was terrified. The two of them hid in the distance, pretending they hadn't heard. Even their families were unable to do anything to him, let alone them. Even if they had 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare to attack. Boom. The aura around Su Long's body became berserk. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light as he unleashed a powerful attack. The majority of the city was dyed golden, and a terrifying aura surged out. Ah! The golden light swept over, and Wu Rushan let out a miserable cry. He did his best to flee. The golden light, with boundless killing intent, caught up with Wu Rushan. Then, Wu Rushan's entire body turned golden, like a burning sun. Finally, he exploded. It was like a firework. After a beautiful scene, it returned to silence. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. An ancestor-level expert had actually died just like that. He had been easily slaughtered by a single strike from someone else. The people of the southern region had a vague idea of what a sky-level warrior was for the first time. That was strength. Unparalleled battle strength. The sword light and the blade light had already dissipated. It wasn't a real attack, but a real attack. Obviously, they had been watching the battle before, so they had been worried. Everything was resolved after Wu Rushan's death. No one dared to make things difficult for Zichen anymore. Moreover, they all had flattering smiles on their faces, nodding and bowing. This was the deterrence of a strong powerhouse. It was far more reliable than any oath or reputation. Zichen, congratulations on becoming a sky-level warrior. Your future is limitless, Liu Mingyong shouted loudly. Senior, thank you for your help. Zichen had a good impression of Liu Mingyong, so he was very grateful. Come, Chen come here. Liu Mingyong waved his hand, gesturing for Liu Chen to come over. From Su Long's words, he had already concluded that Zichen was a sky-level warrior. Once he grew up, his future would be limitless. At this moment, he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. At the same time, Wang Xian'er, Wang Shan, Wang Qiong and the others were called over by Wang Zhenwei. It was Wang Xian'er's first official meeting with Su Mengyao. They looked at each other and paused for a few seconds. Su Mengyao smiled and said, "You must be Wang Xian'er. I've heard of you. You are talented and beautiful." Su Mengyao's eyes were smiling, and her voice was very gentle, like a spring breeze, which made people have a good impression of her. Does this count as showing weakness? Wang Xian'er thought happily. Then she said, "You must be Sister Mengyao. Zichen always talks about you and praises you as if you're a goddess. I really want to meet you. I didn't expect to see you in person. You're even more beautiful than Zichen said." Wang Xian'er also smiled sweetly. She held Su Mengyao's hand and chatted intimately with her mischievously. It was the first time they met, but they were like a pair of best friends, chatting and laughing. This made people speechless. Of course, only the two of them knew what they were thinking. "Zichen, there will always be a place for you in the Guangyu Pavilion," a beautiful woman said. She was a female disciple of the Guangyu Pavilion, and she had outstanding looks. At this moment, she smiled kindly. "Zichen, if you have time, come to Danyang City. Our Qin clan will definitely treat you well," the twin brother of the Qin clan also said. All kinds of similar voices kept sounding. Even the old fellows from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion said a few words. The Zhu family also did the same. They had all seen Zichen's potential. Furthermore, Zichen now had a powerful backer, so no one dared to put on airs. Letian City's experts, as well as Geng Le, also went up, speaking very politely as they invited Zichen to Letian City. Zichen had originally wanted to ask if Geng Le knew Tian, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The Kang and Li families also didn't try to be strong. They lowered their attitudes, first apologizing and then offering to recruit Zichen. "No, I'll take him away and join the Martial Heaven Alliance," said Su Long directly. Everyone had already guessed this, and now that they heard Su Long's words, they were all shocked. Some of the monstrous geniuses even revealed envious expressions. Although they hadn't known what the Martial Heaven Alliance was before, they still yearned to join it. Su Long didn't stay here. After Zichen greeted his friends, he left with the two of them. Wait. Zichen flew toward the Chen beheading platform. That place contained the spoils of war that he had been coveting, but hadn't dared to take. After killing 5 monstrous geniuses, he had naturally obtained 5 spatial rings. Those were all the wealth of those 5 monstrous geniuses. Zichen had been coveting them for a long time, but he hadn't dared to take them. At the same time, in front of everyone's envious gazes, Zichen picked up Li Hao's taboo item. Although there were quite a few cracks on it, it could still unleash a terrifying attack. If he used it well, it would be another trump card. There was also Kang's fierce spirit item. That was a true spiritual item, and its sharpness wasn't any weaker than an ancient weapon's. These were all his spoils of war. Previously, he had been coveting them, but he hadn't been able to take them. Now, Zichen had no misgivings. As for Yu Kong, who had been killed by Su Long, Zichen didn't touch their wealth. They weren't his. Su Long looked at Zichen with eyes full of admiration. Under such circumstances, he still wasn't blinded by the benefits, and only took what he should take. With such calmness, and knowing how to choose, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, his future achievements would naturally be limitless. Su Long waved his hand, and streaks of golden light scattered. Immediately after, several spatial rings flew up and were collected by him. He's gone again. Will we ever meet again? Looking at Zichen's back, Wang Xian'er pouted. She was very dissatisfied. Her eyes were red, and drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. The once-in-a-century gathering of geniuses had finally ended. However, the crowd's enthusiasm hadn't dissipated. Every one of them wanted to continue. Not only had they witnessed the rise of Zichen, they'd also witnessed Wu Shuang's battle prowess. They'd also been fortunate enough to witness a battle between ancestor-level experts. News about Zichen and the scene of that battle had spread throughout the few big cities in just a few days. Zichen's strong rise had shocked everyone. The shamelessness of the few big forces had infuriated everyone. Su Long's domineering aura had made everyone revere him. That day, Zichen had killed 5 monstrous geniuses in a row. The last monstrous genius from the Chu family was even killed by him in an instant while he was severely injured. Chapter 285. In the streets and alleys, in the restaurants and inns, wherever there were cultivators, they were talking about Zichen's deeds with great gusto. That battle seemed to have grown wings, and it spread through all the cities. Furthermore, What people described was almost exactly the same as what had happened in reality. The truth was almost exactly the same. Every day, one could hear vivid and soul-stirring narration. The Kang family, the Li family, the martial ancestor, and the Chu family all went back on their word. They were shameless to the extreme. They had the heavily injured Zi Chen fight a monster, and they even said it was a fair fight. They swore on the face of their families, but after Zi Chen killed the Chu family's monster, they still went back on their word. They really don't care about face at all. The shamelessness of the large powers was also spread without missing a single word. The large powers' reputations began to plummet. Some people kept their word and spread this news. You don't know how terrified those large powers were when Su Long appeared. They almost pissed their pants. They were so shameless that one of them was killed by a single finger from Su Long. Let me tell you, there is a superpower outside the southern region called the Martial Heaven Alliance. They have a group of celestial experts, each one of them unparalleled. The reason why Zi Chen is so powerful and has unparalleled battle prowess to be able to kill 5 monstrous geniuses in a row is because Zi Chen is a sky-level warrior. Practically everything that had happened that day was spread without missing a single word. Furthermore, many of the details were intentionally changed. The despicable ones were even more despicable, the righteous ones were even more righteous, the powerful ones were even more powerful, and the domineering ones were even more domineering. Because of Zi Chen, the large powers had lost all their face. Their credibility had also fallen. Furthermore, a large number of cultivators had entered other large cities. If you go to Kang Li City, be careful of offending the Kang and Li families. You don't have a powerful backer like Zi Chen. At that time, you won't even know how you died. The Chu family's dignity is not to be violated. You have to be careful. If some of the Chu family's silk pants provoke you, you have to run far away. They fear the strong, but they will bully the weak. The events of that day were reconstructed, and the shamelessness of the major factions was vividly described. This caused many rogue cultivators to feel uneasy in their hearts, and they quickly left the 2 cities. None of the experts who went out returned, and even the Avilders were killed. The martial sect Wu Rushan was furious, and on that day, the roar of a reclusive elder was heard, and he threatened to seek justice. However, after hearing about Su Long's origins and learning that the Martial Heaven Alliance was a celestial expert, he shut his mouth. Instead, he was nervous that Su Long would attack them. The martial ancestor was in a state of alert. He was prepared to use his trump cards at any time. It was not to destroy the enemy, but to intimidate them. However, Su Long did not appear. As for Zi Chen, it was like he had vanished into thin air. No one saw him again. Some guessed that Zi Chen had followed Su Long to the southern region to join the Martial Heaven Alliance. There were also people who guessed that Zi Chen had gone to the Floating Mist sect. He would only leave once he was a bit stronger. While Zi Chen's incident was spreading like wildfire and everyone was guessing where Zi Chen had gone, a sudden clap of thunder came from a mountain range 100 miles away from Tsangli City. The sound of rolling heavenly thunder was so loud that it was deafening. Then, a series of heavenly thunders appeared in the sky. The sky was clear and boundless, but there were bolts of heavenly lightning striking down. It was very strange, and each bolt was stronger than the previous one. Countless trees were destroyed, mountains were blasted into canyons, and rocks were shattered. Vaguely, one could see a figure bathing in the lightning, resisting the lightning. In the end, the lightning was like a chain of heaven and earth, piercing through heaven and earth. The dazzling light could be seen from more than 10 miles away. The vast momentum scared away many birds and beasts, forming a beast tide that trampled on the ground. Quite a few people heard the commotion and rushed over. They saw a scene of destruction. Half of the tall mountain range had been destroyed by the lightning. What had been a mountain range had been reduced to canyons. Everything within thousands of meters had become a vacuum. Some of the ancient trees in the distance were still smoking. Apart from the mountain range that had been struck by the heavenly lightning and was in a complete mess, there was nothing else here. It had been over 10 days since the gathering of geniuses. The public opinion still hadn't weakened. However, Kang Li City had lost a great deal of cultivators, causing many of the shops' business to be bleak. Within Kangli City, the Chen family's residence was also very bleak. Our profits have clearly dropped in the past few days. Furthermore, some people know that we offended Zi Chen, so they're even more unwilling to come to our shop, reported an accountant. In the hall sat the Chen family's head and two true essence experts. All right, you can leave. The Chen family's head waved his hand. The accountant bowed and left. As soon as the accountant left, the second elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor asked, "How's that matter?" The other old man also looked at the Chen family's head with a trace of worry in his eyes. "Second uncle, don't worry. No one knows that it was our Chen family who did it. They're all men of sacrifice, so they won't be able to find out anything." The Chen family's head smiled bitterly and said, "It's just that the shop's business has been really bad recently. It's all because of that damned Zi Chen and that despicable Su Long. They can even suppress the big forces," said the Chen family's head bitterly. The accountant would come to the Chen family every night to hand in the accounts. It was the same today. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, he felt an endless chill in his heart. Looking up at the sky, it was pitch black. Even Xing Chen wasn't there. It's going to be winter so soon. The accountant tightened his clothes and walked towards his house. At this moment, he saw a black-clothed man appear from afar and walk towards the Chen family. The accountant wasn't surprised. Which family didn't have any secrets? However, what made him feel strange was that the black-clothed man actually walked to the door and knocked on it. This was very different from what he had seen in the past. The black-clothed man directly jumped over the wall and entered. "Mother **K, who is it?" Then, curses could be heard. "Do you want to die? Do you know where this is? How dare you knock on the door so late at night?" Following the curses, the door opened with a creak. Then, the accountant's eyes widened in shock. This was because he saw a cold light appear. The guard who opened the door didn't even have time to scream before he fell into a pool of blood. The accountant was extremely shocked. His eyes widened and his hands covered his mouth tightly. He was afraid that he would cry out in shock. Cold sweat had already drenched his body. He leaned against the corner of the wall weakly. Then, he saw the door open with a creak and a cold light flashed. In the pitch-black night, the cold light was so bright and resplendent. However, every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a person falling to the ground and a person dying. It was a complete massacre. "This is an extermination of the family." The accountant was extremely shocked. He rolled and crawled away. He knew that if there was no accident, he wouldn't be able to come tomorrow night. Moreover, a shocking news would spread throughout the Zhongli city in the morning. The Chen family was exterminated. This night, the Chen family suffered a great disaster. They were in great danger. The extermination of the family was right in front of their eyes. Puff! Puff! A figure walked in the darkness, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, but also like a malicious spirit, silently taking away one fresh life after another. Blood dyed the bluestone road red. The guards fell down one by one. In the pitch-black night, there were no stars and no moon. It could be described as a night of murder. Muffled groans could be heard constantly as the guards fell to the ground one by one. "Who is it?" After dozens of people died, someone finally realized that something was wrong. He let out a shout and walked over. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. The guard saw a masked black-clothed man with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. The blade fell and the guard fell into a pool of blood. "Who is it?" At the same time, someone else noticed the abnormality and exclaimed. Then, footsteps sounded and 3 guards ran over. The shining blade appeared. The black-clothed man was like a god of death, harvesting lives one by one. Puff! Puff! Blood spurted out and the 3 guards fell to the ground. This was simply a massacre. No one could survive a second strike from the black-clothed man. There were even more guards who followed the sound, and there were even more who fell into the pool of blood. "No, don't kill me." A woman hid in the corner with a 4 or 5-year-old child. Seeing the black-clothed man coming, she begged again and again. Her eyes were full of horror. Seeing the two, the black-clothed man's cold eyes flickered. He turned his head and walked to the other side. Murder, Murder, someone is killing people. Come quickly. The woman screamed in horror when the black-clothed man left. Her voice was so sharp that the child in her arms cried out. The black-clothed man was startled, but he didn't turn back. He held the long blade dripping with blood and walked forward. The Chen family was in a mess. The sound of footsteps could be heard continuously. Loud shouts, angry shouts, and roars could be heard one after another. The screams of women and children and the cries of children made the chaotic Chen family even more chaotic. The black-clothed man strode forward. Everyone who stood in his way fell under the long blade. The blade flashed and cultivators fell one by one. No one could withstand a second strike. This was a path stained with blood, and it was also a tragic massacre. Family head, something bad has happened. In the hall, a guard suddenly rushed in and exclaimed. He seemed to be in a panic. Why are you in such a panic? Don't you know where this is? The Chen family's family head sat in the main seat and asked. He seemed to be dignified. Someone came to kill us. The guard said directly. He was terrified. There was blood on his body. It was splashed on his body when his companion died. He risked his life to come out and report the news. What? Which power is so bold to cause trouble for my Chen family? How many people are there? The Chen family's family head flew into a rage and stood up. The other two family uncles also had murderous intent in their eyes. One black-clothed man. The guard's voice was trembling. Although the other party was only one person, he was like a butcher. He killed people like he was killing chickens and dogs. What? How dare one person come to my Chen family and behave so atrociously? He is simply courting death. The Chen family's family head was furious. Come, follow me and have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of miserable shrieks were heard. It was very mournful, and after that, there was a lot of chaos. The entire Chen clan was in a state of chaos. It's just one person. How could he make such a mess? The Chen family's family head was very dissatisfied. He walked out angrily. At the same time, the two family elders followed closely behind. Chapter 286. It was a dark night and one could not even see his own fingers. However, a fiend had come to the Chen family with a long blade dripping with blood. He was like the Grim Reaper, leaving behind corpses wherever he went. Chaotic noises rang out continuously. There were women and children screaming in fear, and there were children crying. It was very chaotic. The Chen family was in chaos. Puff! In the chaos, the blade flashed and corpses fell to the ground. Who are you? How dare you come to the Chen family and cause trouble? A cultivator of the Chen family shouted angrily and rushed over from afar. How dare you come to the Chen family and cause trouble? You must be tired of living. Another person shouted. Then, Yuan Qi surged. Swoosh. The blade flashed again and another guard was killed. He fell into a pool of blood and died. The black-clothed man stood alone with corpses lying in pools of blood. It was a bloody scene. Two true energy realm cultivators arrived. When they saw the black-clothed man, their eyes flashed coldly and they shouted, "Die!" Then, the two of them attacked fiercely. The ground began to shake. The attacks of the two true energy realm cultivators were extraordinary. They were like thunder. Swoosh. The blade in the black-clothed man's hand flashed again. It was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the sky and lighting up the Chen family. Puff. Blood spurted out, and a figure in the air was directly split in two. Two loud sounds rang out as the two halves fell to the ground. It was simple and direct. A true energy realm cultivator was killed. Even his terrifying attack was destroyed and turned into energy. The second cultivator's face changed drastically. His body flashed and he was about to escape. But then, the sky lit up again and the blade flashed again. Puff. As the saber light fell, blood splattered everywhere. With a blood-curdling scream, another true energy boundary martial artist died. This was a normal scene. The black-clothed man held his blade and moved forward. He did not say a word and his long blade flashed. No one could block this blade, not even a true energy realm cultivator. In the Chen family's mansion, screams continued. That night, the Chen family was covered in blood. Thief, you came to the Chen family to behave atrociously. You're courting death. Let me send you on your way. One by one, true essence powerhouses appeared. Their killing intent surged as they charged towards the black-robed man. They were all true essence powerhouses, so they were not afraid of the black-robed men. However, once the two sides clashed, they were shocked to discover that they were unable to take a second move from their opponent. When the head of the Chen family appeared, all he saw were corpses that had lost all signs of life. What he saw was a tragic scene. There were quite a few true energy realm cultivators lying in pools of blood. Almost 80% of the Chen family's cultivators were killed by a single person. As for the others, they surrounded the black-robed man in the middle. However, they didn't dare to attack. The black-robed man was too strong. The dozens of corpses under his feet were the result of taking the initiative to attack. Damn you! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Chen family? The patriarch of the Chen family roared angrily. His figure flashed and rushed toward the black-robed man. Clang! In mid-air, the sound of a sword rang out. A dazzling light flashed, and with a dazzling brilliance, it slashed toward the black-robed man. Swoosh! The saber light fell again. It was very sharp, like a bolt of lightning, and clashed with the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. After one strike, the two men rushed toward each other like two rays of light. Patriarch, you must kill this bastard. I'm going to tear him to pieces. The surrounding Chen family members roared. Their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. This black-robed man couldn't differentiate between black and white. He came here and killed people. He was really cruel and abominable. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. The two men were like two rays of light, constantly clashing. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. You're only at the third sky of true essence. How can you block my attack? The patriarch of the Chen family was surprised. He was at the seventh sky, but he couldn't suppress his opponent. Swoosh! The black-robed man didn't speak. In his cold eyes, there was only killing intent. The saber light kept flashing, and each strike contained a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Who the hell are you? What grudge do you have with my Chen family? You actually want to slaughter my Chen family. The patriarch of the Chen family's eyes flashed. Obviously, he could tell that this man was extraordinary and had a terrifying battle strength. But what answered him was only endless saber light. The black-robed man didn't speak at all. There was only killing intent in his eyes. Big uncle, second uncle, hurry up and kill that bastard. After attacking for a long time without success, the Chen clan's clan head panicked and shouted out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two granduncles of the Chen family were already impatient. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. The black-robed man was fighting 1 against 3. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out unceasingly as sharp attacks collided one after another. Fighting 1 person was still fighting 3 people was still killing. The black-clothed man was fighting 1 against 3, but he was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he had a slight advantage. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blows had passed. All kinds of lights were shining, and a terrifying aura was surging. During this time, the black-robed man wasn't injured, but the patriarch of the Chen family had a part of his sleeve cut off. Ah, I want you dead. The patriarch of the Chen family roared. A terrifying aura was surging around him like a stormy sea. It was obvious that he was going to kill the black-robed man. Swoosh! At this moment, the black-robed man moved. His body flashed with a golden light, like a golden lightning, and he rushed towards the patriarch of the Chen family. The long saber in his hand flashed. He was very fast. Puff! A bloody light burst out. A head flew into the air. The headless body fell to the ground, spurting blood. Fast, too fast. It was like the fastest speed in the world. Ah, patriarch! Cries of alarm sounded. Seeing that the patriarch was killed in an instant, the surrounding Chen family members were shocked and retreated in horror. The patriarch's head flew for 7 or 8 meters before falling down. His eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be killed like this. Dead, the patriarch is dead. His head was chopped off by him. All the Chen family members were frightened and retreated. If it weren't for the 2 elders, they would have turned around and run. The black-robed man's strength was too terrifying. "Elder, please take action and kill this scoundrel," a cultivator shouted loudly. "Elders, please help." The other Chen family members also shouted. They knew that the 2 elders were stronger than the patriarch. Swoosh! The black-robed man who had just rushed out flashed again. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. The saber in his hand flashed. The strange speed shocked the Grand Elder. He mobilized the energy in his body and slashed forward with his long sword. Swoosh! But the speed of the saber was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it slashed across the Grand Elder's neck. With a sound, a head fell down. The Grand Elder was also killed. Ah! This time, everyone was frightened. They cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. "This is a demon. He killed the patriarch and the Grand Elder." Cries of alarm sounded. One by one, the Chen family members began to flee. This time, the Chen family was even more chaotic. "Who are you? What grudge does the Chen family have with you?" The second elder's face was ugly. His eyes were filled with fear. He retreated step by step. He was the Grand Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The black-robed man's cold eyes swept over the second elder. The second elder's heart trembled. But suddenly, he realized that those eyes were so familiar. "You are." In a flash, he seemed to have guessed the identity of the other party. He cried out in alarm and was about to blurt it out. Swoosh! But the saber flashed again. It was very fast. Before the second elder could say anything, he fell down. 2 clan elders and the patriarch were killed. Then, the black-robed man walked forward with the long saber. His target was the Chen family members who were running away. On this day, the Chen family was bathed in blood. All kinds of screams were heard. The Chen family was exterminated. The terrified screams woke many people up, but no one dared to come. It was not until the sky was bright that someone mustered up the courage to come. Then, they saw that the sky above the Chen family's mansion was red. It was like a thick blood fog. The door was wide open. A large pool of blood appeared at the door. A corpse fell there. Looking inside, there were already cold corpses. Seeing this scene, many people vomited. There were also many people who mustered up the courage to enter the Chen family. They wanted to find out what was going on. Then, they saw endless corpses. After a long time, someone walked out. His face was pale. Dead. They're all dead. Except for the women and children, no one is alive. The Chen family is exterminated. In the future, there will be no Chen family in Tsangli City. After saying this, the person turned around and left. The Chen family was exterminated. This shocked everyone. They guessed that the Chen family might have offended someone. The Chen family offended Zi Chen. They wanted to kill Chen Zi, who was Zi Chen's alias. At that time, Zi Chen said that he would definitely come for revenge. But Zi Chen has been gone for a long time. How could it be Zi Chen who did it? Who knows? Maybe the Chen family did something shameful in secret. Or maybe they offended someone powerful. Everyone guessed, but they were puzzled. If the family was exterminated, why did they leave the women and children alive? What? The Chen family was exterminated. The Li family received the news the next day. The Li family leader frowned. Yes, the person replied respectfully. There's a clue about that matter. It was done by the Chen family. They had a grudge with Zi Chen, so they sent their men of sacrifice to make trouble. Their purpose was to kill Zi Chen. Humph. The Li family leader snorted and said, I don't object to having a grudge with Zi Chen, but they dared to speak rudely to us. That's courting death. Do they really think that our Li family can be bullied by anyone? Go. Since they want to exterminate the family, they should do it thoroughly. If they don't pull up the roots, It will bring disaster in the future. The Li family leader's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Yes. The person nodded, bowed, and left. Humph, I don't know who did it. It can't be the Kang family, and it can't be the martial ancestor. Could it be the Wang family of Yunxia City? Only they can be so soft-hearted. The next day, the smell of blood in the Chen family's mansion was even stronger. Such a big family had become a place of death. The women and children were all killed in one night. The Chen family was exterminated. Everyone in the family was killed, which caused a huge uproar. This was another major incident since the incident with Zi Chen. Everyone was massacred, and not a single one was left alive. In a small town, an ordinary-looking young man frowned when he heard the news. They were all killed. After a while, he felt relieved. It seems that those big forces are ruthless. They cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Time passed, but Zi Chen's incident was still spreading like wildfire. Chapter 287. This year's winter came especially early. The cold wind was like a blade, and snow flew everywhere. The world was covered in silver. With the passage of time, Zi Chen's incident finally died down. After the heat, it was lonely and cold. In this winter, many people felt very cold. There was nothing to talk about after a meal. Nothing new had happened in the 7 cities and the 3 powers. As for the matter of Zi Chen, practically everyone knew it by heart. Even if they said it, no one would be willing to listen. Occasionally, there would be people guessing where Zi Chen was. The Chen family had been exterminated. They had become a family that had offended a monster and disappeared. They had become a passerby. Whether or not this matter had been done by Zi Chen remained to be verified. However, some people had heard that those people who had ridiculed the 3 powers and instigated the killing of Zi Chen had come from the Chen family's death warriors. Back then, Wang Zhenwei had said that once he found them, he would exterminate their entire family. In this cold winter, in this endless mountain range, there was a thatched hut covered in snow. It was very lonely. The world was covered in silver, and the thatched hut was lonely. The only companion was the cold wind. This was a rare open space in the mountain range. It was hundreds of square meters, and the ground was covered in pure white snow. In the distance, ancient trees towered into the sky. The cold wind whistled past, and occasionally, a few snowflakes would fall from the branches and leaves, making puffing sounds. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a golden light shot out of the forest. It was very fast, like a golden bolt of lightning. This was the 3rd of the 9 fleeting lightning strikes, and it looked like a beam of light when it appeared. With a flash of light, the golden light stopped in front of the thatched hut and turned into a figure. It was a young man in his 20s. His handsome face was filled with determination, and his pitch-black eyes were exceptionally bright. It was Zi Chen, who had disappeared for over half a year. He hadn't followed Su Long out of the southern region to join the Martial Heaven Alliance. Furthermore, Su Long had no intention of taking Zi Chen with him. After leaving Tsangli City, they didn't linger for long. Su Long took Su Mengyaro and left in a hurry. However, when Su Mengyaro invited Zi Chen to the floating mist sect, she was rejected by Zi Chen. After the battle in Kangli City, he understood that he could not entrust his life to others. After his injuries had completely healed and he had gone through a life and death battle, his potential had been stimulated. Zi Chen had already reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation, his strength had once again broken through. After that, Zi Chen had gone to the Chen family. He had learned from Miao Kong that those people who had caused trouble back then were from the Chen family. As a result, the Chen family was exterminated. Next, Zi Chen headed north, away from Tsangli City. He bypassed the ruins and found a large mountain range, where he calmly cultivated. This place was relatively close to Yongqi City, so it would only take a few days to reach there. Back then, he had obtained the 5 monstrous geniuses' spatial rings. There were quite a few yuan stones inside, so Zi Chen didn't need to worry about running out. And so, Zi Chen went into seclusion for over half a year, wholeheartedly cultivating. In his mind, the lightning youth had successfully evolved the 3rd flash of the 9 fleeting lightning. However, there was no 4th flash. Zichen's guess was that this was the lightning youth's limit. Furthermore, the third flash's speed had reached a true limit. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to Zichen in the air. In his imagination, the lightning youth was omnipotent. He was able to use all the killing techniques of the various great clans, and he was able to comprehend the true essence of each of them. However, he was unable to use the yin-yang art. This made Zichen somewhat disappointed. In this half a year, Zichen's strength had once more increased. He had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer. He wasn't far from breaking through. As long as he cultivated diligently for a few more days and refined some yuan stones, he would be able to break through to the fourth heavenly layer. After escaping, his strength had once again increased. Everything was progressing in a good direction. However, the only bad thing was that Elder Mo seemed to have consumed a lot of energy in the last battle. More than half a year had passed, and there were still no signs of him waking up. Outside, the cold wind whistled. Zichen walked into the thatched hut. The footprints he left behind were quickly covered by the wind and snow. Inside the hut, Zichen took out the yuan stones and operated the yin-yang art. His body emitted a golden light as he began to refine them. After the last battle, Zichen's comprehension of the fusion of yin and yang had deepened once more. The number of times the yin and yang clashed had clearly decreased. 3 days later, there were many yuan stone fragments on the ground in front of Zichen. At the same time, Zichen opened his eyes, which flickered with light. I can break through to the fourth heavenly layer now. Walking out of the thatched hut, the wind and snow had already stopped. Sunlight sprinkled down, bringing some warmth to the cold winter. Zichen turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the depths of the mountain range. He wanted to find a place to break through to the fourth heavenly layer. Half an hour later, Zichen found a relatively open area and prepared to face the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The sky was blue and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, the deafening sound of rolling thunder resounded throughout the entire mountain range. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. This was the true might of the heavens. It pressed down on the mountain range from the sky. Some hibernating beasts were directly awakened and were terrified. As for the monsters in the depths of the mountain range, they roared uneasily. Boom! Silver light shone between heaven and earth. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with terrifying power. This time, it was the fourth lightning tribulation. If Zichen's calculation was correct, there would be 36 bolts of heavenly lightning, each stronger than the last. Pang! Zichen flew up into the sky and turned into a flash of lightning. He used his golden fist to shatter the lightning bolts. Then, he absorbed the lightning energy to refine his body. Inside his body, golden chi and blood soared into the sky, dyeing the horizon. Surging energy surged. Bang! The second bolt of lightning was also shattered by Zichen. He was like a golden-armored war god with unparalleled combat strength. He didn't even take the heavenly lightning seriously. He shattered it with a single punch. Boom! The heavenly lightning was violent and even more powerful. The rumbling sound spread hundreds of miles, shaking the endless might of the heavens. Bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with terrifying auras. The beasts in the mountain range trembled in fear, while the monsters roared uneasily. During this period, Zichen struck out with extreme yin, extreme yang, and all kinds of combat skills. He tested their power under the heavenly lightning. At the same time, Zichen's body shone brightly as he bathed in the lightning. Using the heavenly lightning energy to refine his body was also a transformation. His perfect body would become stronger after experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation. The golden wool became even more resplendent as it experienced the lightning tribulation with Zichen. Every time it experienced the lightning tribulation, it became more crystalline and resplendent. As for Zichen's will, it also became stronger. Rumble. There were a total of 36 bolts of heavenly lightning in the 4 lightning tribulations. In the beginning, they fell one by one, but in the end, they all fell together. A lightning chain appeared in the world and pierced through the entire world. Rumbling thunder sounded as the heavenly lightning energy wreaked havoc. The golden light around Chen became even more resplendent. His combat strength was unparalleled and his physique was astonishing, but he was still struck by the heavenly lightning until his body emitted smoke and his bones emitted cracking sounds. The lightning tribulation was terrifying. Every time it appeared, it was fatal. This meant that the world didn't tolerate it and that it couldn't obtain the recognition of the world. However, once one successfully transcended it, the benefits were immense. It could be considered a transformation. All the heavenly lightning struck at the last time, nearly killing Chen. Many of his bones shattered, and his body was pitch black. He had suffered a great deal of damage. However, after Chen successfully withstood the lightning tribulation, a boundless vitality emitted from his body. His bones emitted cracking sounds as his charred skin fell. His new skin was as smooth as jade and emitted a resplendent glow. Every lightning tribulation was a transformation. With his strength breaking through and his perfect body becoming stronger, Chen's combat strength became much stronger. At some point in time, the blue sky was filled with clouds. The golden sunlight was blocked as large snowflakes drifted down again. Seeing snow again, Chen seemed to recall the scene from several years ago. A cold dagger stabbed at his heart. Fate made fools of people. Chen, who had survived the calamity back then, had such means a few years later. Even the Nimbus martial ancestor's Grand Elder had died at his hands. After that, Chen returned the way he came. He was in a good mood after his strength breakthrough. However, when he returned to his residence, he realized that the straw hut was gone. The ground was filled with straw that had been blown up. The bedding was thrown all over the ground, and there were a few large footprints on it. It was a mess. What happened? Chen frowned. This place was desolate and uninhabited. The nearest village was 50 kilometers away. Furthermore, it was winter, so it was impossible for hunters to come here to hunt. However, at this moment, looking at the mess in front of him, it was obvious that someone had arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, several figures flashed in the distance. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of Chen in a few breaths' time. There were 4 people. They split into 4 directions and surrounded Chen. Waves of energy surged as an aura locked onto Chen. It was you who destroyed my hut. Chen looked at the 4 of them. However, he was even more puzzled. The 4 of them were very strong. All of them were at the true energy realm. Furthermore, from the surging essence energy on their bodies, 3 of them were at the 6th firmament. The last one was even stronger, at the 7th firmament. Such a person had come to this dense forest and destroyed his straw hut. Chen could not understand. Brat, this is a desolate place. Why did you build a straw hut here? The leading 7th firmament powerhouse asked coldly. Since this is a desolate place, then why did you come here? Chen retorted calmly. Cut the crap. You just have to answer whatever we ask you. It's not your turn to ask questions. One of them was dissatisfied and shouted coldly. How overbearing. This is a desolate place and no one cares. I can live wherever I want. Are you going to care about that too? Chen sneered. Brat, you dare to speak like that. You're courting death. The 6th firmament cultivator beside him had a murderous look in his eyes. Third brother, don't be agitated. Let him recognize the person first. The 7th firmament powerhouse said. Brat, open your dog eyes wide and see if you've seen this person before. The young man called third brother took out a portrait and spread it out. In the portrait was a handsome young man with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be very happy. Never seen him before. Chen glanced at it and shook his head. Chapter 288. Chen's casual reply made the leader's expression turn unfriendly, and a chill appeared in the air. At the same time, Chen felt the sharpness on his back. Obviously, the 3 people behind him also had cold gazes. You don't even need to look. I know you haven't seen it before. A trace of killing intent appeared in the leader's eyes. These people were not easy to deal with, and they were very strong. I've been here for half a year, and I haven't seen a single person. Apart from beasts, there are only beasts. If you're looking for beasts, I might be able to help. But if you're looking for people, you've come to the wrong place. You should go to Yongchi City. There are more people there, Zichen said calmly. Kid, do you know the price of lying? The sixth celestial layer man who spoke earlier said coldly. Why would I lie? You'll have to compensate me later. How could I lie? Zichen smiled slightly. Loss. What loss? The few people were startled. My thatched hut and these bedding can't be used anymore. Of course you have to compensate me for my loss. I won't ask for too much, just 1,000 primary stones will do. Zichen said with a serious expression. Ha ha. A loud laugh sounded. Don't ask for too much, just 1,000 yuan stones. The others also laughed. That's right. If you didn't do it on purpose, I'd compensate you at the original price. But you obviously did it on purpose, so I'll double it, Zichen said seriously. The few people laughed after hearing that. One of them laughed so hard that his waist was bent, and he was holding his stomach. He was about to have cramps. Did I hear wrongly? Haha, someone actually wants us to compensate, and double it. Third brother, you didn't hear wrongly. That's what he said, haha. That's funny. In the entire southern region, there's still someone who dares to ask us for compensation. And it's 1,000 times more compensation. The few people laughed and looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a dead person. Good, good, good. I haven't seen such an interesting guy in a long time. Well, since he asked, I'll compensate him. The man who was called third brother stopped laughing, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He held a long blade in his hand, and a cold light flashed as he walked towards Zichen. Didn't you want compensation? The man's eyes flashed coldly. Third brother, remember, don't kill him at once. That's right. He's such an interesting guy. We should torture him for a while longer. How dare you make us laugh? You have to compensate for our losses. Pay with your life. The other three wore mocking looks on their faces as they crossed their arms. Clearly, they were prepared to watch a good show. That's right, it's 1,000-fold compensation, but I've changed my mind. Your attitude is too vile and insincere. I want 2,000 yuan stones. Zichen's expression also became unfriendly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Very good. You have a backbone. I like it. The man stepped forward. His long blade flickered as he said, How about I pay with your life? As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance appeared. The long saber in his hand had a cold gleam as it slashed towards Zichen's head. Streams of origin energy coiled around it as a terrifying aura surged. He wasn't trying to cripple Zichen at all. He was trying to kill him. Of course, but one life is not enough. I want 4. Zichen sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He extended 2 fingers that seemed to be made of pure gold. The golden light shone brightly as they met the blade light. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Fan actually used his fingers to block the attack, the disdain in the man's eyes intensified. His killing intent exploded as he activated the long saber once again. Clang! A strong wind whistled as his black hair danced in the wind. A sonorous sound rang out. When the saber light was 2 inches away from Zichen's face, it was clamped between 2 fingers. It could not move an inch. You. The man paused for a while. His long saber still did not move an inch. His expression changed instantly. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. He was about to let go of the long saber and quickly retreat. 4 lives. I'll take one first. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He used his 2 fingers to clamp down on the saber, and the saber snapped in half. At the same time, the broken tip of the saber shot towards the man's neck. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Puff! With a soft sound, the cold light pierced through the man's throat. The latter's face was filled with shock. He was still holding half of the long saber in his hand. After taking a few steps back, he fell down. Third brother. Third brother. Everything happened too fast. In an instant, the winner had been decided. The people who were still holding their shoulders and waiting to watch a good show finally reacted and roared. Give me back my third brother's life. Die. As the cold light flickered, 3 rays of light rushed toward Zichen. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The wind was blowing and the snow was swirling. The bone-chilling coldness was raging. It was extremely cold. Swoosh! Under Zichen's feet, a golden light flashed as he moved at top speed. He took a step forward and appeared in front of a man in the blink of an eye. A ray of golden sword chi shot out from his hand. The golden light was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Puff! The golden light flashed and blood splashed. A human head flew up in shock and fear. A column of hot blood soared into the sky, melting the snow in the sky like a rain of blood. Second brother. Second brother. In the blink of an eye, another person had died. The golden light flashed again. It was still the top speed of the world. The two only saw a blur in front of their eyes before a dazzling light appeared in their pupils. One of them couldn't help but close his eyes. Puff! The golden sword chi pierced through his forehead like a blooming blood flower. The cultivator fell backward and closed his eyes, never to open them again. After 3 attacks, 3 of the 4 had died. Only the leader was left. However, at this moment, even the strength of the 7th sky of true essence did not give him any confidence. The speed of the young man in front of him was very strange. He could only see a blurry shadow. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Peng! At this moment, a strong force attacked from behind. Zichen had already arrived behind him. Go die! The man roared and waved the long blade in his hand. The yuan qi in his body poured into the long blade and slashed behind him. A terrifying blade light appeared. However, what greeted him was a golden fist emitting a dazzling golden light. It shattered the long blade with an unstoppable force and then punched him in the chest. Puff! Blood splattered. The man flew back more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but cough out another mouthful of blood. It was like a bloody plum blooming in the snow. Who on earth are you? The man's face was filled with shock as he looked at Zichen in horror. Zichen stepped forward and stomped on the man's chest. Under the force of the stomp, the man's sternum cracked. Zichen turned around and asked coldly, "Speak, why are you looking for Tian?" "Ah Tian, you know Nai Tian." The man's expression changed. The man in the portrait was Ah Tian. Zichen naturally knew him. Nonsense. Just answer my question. Zichen said coldly. The man let out a shrill cry. HMPH. Since you know Nai Tian, you must be one of the survivors. Very good. Young Master Gangler will not let you go. The man's eyes were filled with hatred. Gangler, Letian City. Zichen's eyes flashed. Brat, just wait for your death. Our experts will be here soon. At that time, not to mention you, even Nai Tian will die. The man's eyes were filled with hatred. What is going on? Speak in detail. Zichen asked coldly. In your dreams. The man clenched his teeth, his face full of hatred. Puff! A golden light flashed, and a sharp sword chi appeared. An arm suddenly flew up, blood splattering everywhere. The man's arm was cut off. Speak. What is going on? Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. In your dreams. The man clenched his teeth. Puff! Blood flashed again, and another arm flew up. Zichen's attack was decisive and ruthless. Ah! The man couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted. What is going on? Why did Gangler want to capture Nai Tian? And why did you come to this desolate place to chase Nai Tian? This could be considered a harsh interrogation, but Zichen was obviously not good at it. Fortunately, he was ruthless enough to be decisive and merciless. I'll speak. I'll speak. After being tortured to the point where he didn't look like a human anymore, the cultivator finally relented. We are from Letian City. We came here to kill Nai Tian. He is the adopted son of the previous city lord. We want to eliminate him completely. We chased him all the way here, but he disappeared. He should be nearby. Letian City was very chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and the position of city lord was changed very frequently. It was said that there was a way out of the southern region, but it was also the most chaotic place in the southern region. Puff. After knowing everything, A golden sword chi flashed in Zichen's hand and instantly slashed across the man's neck. A line of blood appeared, and the man fell to the ground. Nai Tian. So Ah Tian is called Nai Tian. He is the adopted son of the previous city lord. However, the city lord was killed. He is also carrying a blood feud. Zichen thought of the young man who always had a smile on his face. He had a good impression of Nai Tian. He always had a gentle smile on his face, as if he was very happy every day. Only at night could he feel the loneliness on him. He was like an old wolf licking his wounds in the dark. In the past, Zichen had guessed that Nai Tian was a person with a story. However, he didn't expect it to be a blood feud. Obviously, the smile on his face every day was to hide the sadness in his heart. As for Geng Le, he had mocked him repeatedly in the guest house and was even beaten up by Zichen. His impression of this guy was simply terrible. After that, Zichen searched the bodies of the 4 people. However, he didn't find anything valuable. He only found some source stones. At the very most, there were only a few hundred source stones. Apart from Ah Tian's portrait, there was nothing else. Ah Tian is nearby. I have to look for him. Zichen decided to help Ah Tian. Zichen went deep into the mountain range, searching for traces of humans along the way. He found out from the dead cultivators that Ah Tian was in this area. Moreover, he was being chased all the way and seemed to be seriously injured. In just 3 days, Zichen had covered more than half of the mountain range. The snow was swirling, and many traces had disappeared. Wanting to find a person here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zichen increased his speed. Lightning appeared under his feet, and he was like a ray of light, constantly shuttling back and forth. Another 2 days passed, and Zichen still didn't find anything. Zichen didn't give up. The current him had the ability to save Ah Tian. He had to find him. Boom. Chapter 289. Boom. A powerful energy fluctuation came from the snowstorm, followed by the sound of fighting in the distance. Clearly, someone was fighting. Someone is here. Zichen looked up at the wind and snow and flew towards the direction of the fighting. After a while, he arrived at the scene of the battle. However, he did not see a single living person. There was only a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood, its heart meridian shattered by a palm strike. The ground cracked open, and the snow was trampled into a mess. A row of messy footsteps pointed forward. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, Zichen could see some mottled blood. Clearly, someone was injured and vomited blood. It must be Ah Tian. Zichen thought to himself as he chased in the direction of the footsteps. About half an hour later, Zichen found another corpse. This time, there was more blood on the ground. Zichen used the 9 lightning deaths and rushed into the forest like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Ah Tian coughed out another mouthful of blood. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. After escaping from Letian City, he was seriously injured. After watching the gathering of geniuses, Ah Tian thought that he would be safe after leaving Tsungli City and heading to Yongqi City. However, he did not expect to meet people from Letian City. After a fierce battle, Ah Tian was seriously injured, but he managed to escape. After that, he was chased crazily. Ah Tian was born in a mortal family. To be able to walk on the path of cultivation was his greatest opportunity. He had been cultivating diligently. Even without any resources, he still maintained a steady growth in strength. During this period, the effort he put in was several times more than others. The city lord chose a genius to be his foster son and provided endless resources. Ah Tian participated. After an intense battle, he obtained first place. He was considered a dark horse and caused a huge commotion. However, fate made fools of people. Ah Tian, who obtained first place, missed this spot. It was taken by a disciple of a family that supported the city lord. At that time, this matter caused quite a stir in Letian City. Ah Tian could only settle for second place and become a foster son. There was only one word difference between a foster son and a foster son. However, the distribution of resources was worlds apart. Ah Tian could only get 1/10 of the resources of a foster son. Only by removing the word foster could he be considered a true member of the city lord's residence. As for the other forces, although they wanted to rope in Artien, the prestige of the city lord was there. Who would dare to poach the city lord? In these 3 years, Artien had put in much more effort than others. In a short 3 years, he had broken through several levels and become the #1 person of the younger generation in Letian City. He had great battle prowess. Using only 1/10 of the resources of others, he was able to surpass those geniuses within 3 years. Artien's hard work could be imagined. After becoming a monster, it caused a huge commotion. At that time, the city lord had been overjoyed and had personally held a banquet for Nai-Tien. At the same time, he had invited all the major forces to personally witness Artien becoming the city lord's adopted son. At that time, Artien was very excited. After becoming an adopted son, he would be able to enjoy endless resources, and his strength would naturally be able to break through quickly. His years of hard work had finally paid off, and he could be considered to have achieved success. However, all of this was just a fantasy. Man's calculations were never as good as God's. On that day, the city lord manor encountered a great disaster. An outsider came to the Geng family and killed the city lord with a single strike. As for the city lord's adopted sons, they were besieged by the Geng family and died one after another. Only Artien relied on his powerful battle prowess to charge out. He was very unlucky. Before he could enjoy the endless resources, he was chased down and forced to flee. Phut! Artien spat out another mouthful of blood, and his vision became blurry. He could not hold on any longer. Looking back on his life, it seemed that there was nothing else besides his own hard work. In this life, good luck had always brushed past him. It was as if he was born to be a person without great luck, and bad luck had always accompanied him. The sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. The pursuers were coming again. Artien suddenly clenched his teeth, and blood blossomed from the tip of his tongue. He did his best to clear his mind and quickly ran forward. Bang! When he reached a mountain ridge, Artien finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed in the snow. Nai-Tien, you must hold on. Artien roared in his heart. The tenacity that had been nurtured since young had come into play at this moment. He staggered to his feet. Swish! 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 At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Over a dozen black-clothed men appeared and surrounded him. Nai-Tien, let's see where you can run to now. Brat, you killed so many of our people. Today is the day you die. The black-clothed men slowly closed in, their eyes filled with killing intent. Kill! Artien let out a roar, causing the forest to shake. He charged at one of the black-clothed men. Like Zi Chen, he fought with his life on the line. Phut! A sword brushed past Artien's shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. However, Artien's palm struck the black-clothed man's chest, fighting with his life on the line. Artien lived, and the black-clothed man died. Another corpse appeared in the forest. You unlucky brat. You were born with bad luck. Today, even if you grow wings, you will not be able to escape. One of the black-clothed men sneered and charged at Artien. Unlucky brat, unlucky Artien. This was how Artien was addressed. Everyone in Letian City knew this name. This was a person who had not been lucky for several decades. Everyone in Letian City knew about Artien's matter. However, it was not because of his hard work, but because of his bad luck. He had become a laughingstock. Of course, there were also many people who admired Artien. In a situation where he did not have any resources, he was able to become a monster. Other than talent, it was more of perseverance and hard work. Bang! Another strike was sent out. Artien's vision blurred and he nearly fell. However, the tenacity that had been cultivated since young prevented him from fainting. At the same time, every strike he sent out was still ruthless. Another black-clothed man died. Without any resources, he cultivated step by step. Artien's hard work was several times that of others. He had suffered a lot, so he was exceptionally determined. He was like an unkillable cockroach. Phut! A sharp sword light pierced through Artien's shoulder. Artien roared, his black hair fluttering wildly as he sent the black-clothed man flying. The long sword was pulled out, and blood splattered. At this moment, Artian was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. Nitian, today is the day you die. No one can protect an unlucky child like you. The black-clothed men charged over, their eyes filled with killing intent. They were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th firmament of true essence, and there were a few at the 8th firmament. Even at his peak, Artian was afraid of these people, not to mention the heavily injured Artian. He could not even stand properly. Naturally, he was no match for them. Just as they said, death was only a matter of time. You unlucky child. You are about to die, but you still killed so many of us. However, your bad luck has arrived. Today, you are going to die. This can be considered a release. You won't have to suffer in this world, not even having a good day. Rays of light flashed, and a sharp blade pierced through Artien's body. However, Artian also sent out a palm strike on the black-clothed man's head. Another black-clothed man died. At the same time, Artien's figure became unstable. His eyes were about to lose focus, and he nearly fell to the ground. Kill him. He is about to die. Send out a few more strikes, one of the black-clothed men said coldly. Whoosh. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing shriek was heard. A silver light flew from afar, piercing through the air like lightning. It flew towards one of the black-clothed men who was close to Artian. Poof! The silver light turned into a long spear, emitting an ancient aura. It pierced through the black-clothed man's heart. At the same time, the spear carried the black-clothed man hundreds of meters away, nailing him to a mountain wall. The handle of the spear was trembling. One strike had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. However, at this moment, a golden lightning flew over from afar. Boom! The golden light turned into a human figure. It was a cold young man. He landed on the mountain ridge like a giant. With a stomp, the entire mountain ridge trembled. Then, he rushed towards the black-clothed men. The unlucky Artian was about to collapse. However, the moment he saw the golden figure, his eyes that were about to lose focus lit up. There was a desire to live in his eyes. He recognized the other party. Although he was very surprised and shocked, Artian wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. He had been unlucky all his life. Being able to step on the path of a cultivator was his greatest opportunity. Today was the second time in his life that he had been lucky. It was the second time he had met a benefactor. Poof! The golden light flashed. It was unusually sharp. A head flew up. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. The newcomer was very fierce. He killed 2 people as soon as he appeared, shocking the others. Who are you? Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. The yuan qi surging around the newcomer was only at the 4th firmament of true essence. However, his battle strength was very terrifying. He had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death from afar. The one who will kill you. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lightning appeared under his feet. He rushed into the crowd like a ray of light. Poof! The golden light was dazzling. A sharp sword chi flashed. Another person died. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. Zichen's battle strength was absolutely fierce. At this moment, he rushed into the crowd as if he was in an unstoppable state. Seeing this scene, Artian wanted to laugh out loud. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, he felt dizzy. Apparently, he had lost a lot of blood and was seriously injured. Boom! The golden light dyed the whole mountain ridge. Zichen's powerful attack caused the mountain ridge to shake. Rocks rolled down. The flying snow was crushed in the air. Another person was killed. Why aren't you taking the pill to recover? Zichen suddenly shouted. He could feel that Artian was getting weaker and weaker. Ah! Artian was startled. Where did he get the pill? Not to mention the pill, he didn't even have a lot of yuan stones. He was embarrassed. Swoosh! At this moment, a porcelain bottle flew towards Artian. Artian caught it. Then, Zichen's voice sounded, hurry up and take it. Then, crush it and apply it to your wounds. Artian grinned. He looked very bright, but unfortunately, His body was covered in blood. His smile looked a bit ferocious. You only get lucky twice in your life. However, it's enough. The first time made me a cultivator, and the second time saved my life.